Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Well, good morning everybody, to all our listeners and viewers. It's England over 40s versus Wales over 40s at St Fagans Cricket Club. It's a beautiful ground, tree lined on the boundaries with a nice little gentle slope going down from the pavilion to the wicket. We're located in the very picturesque village of St Fagans, just west of Cardiff. And it should be a good game. It's England's first over 40s game of the season, and I think it's also Wales' first game. They had a North versus South game just to open up. Just a little hint of rain in the air, leaden grey skies, but that shouldn't dampen the enthusiasm today. It's a 45 over game between Wales and England in this IMC fixture. Wales have won the toss and elected to bat. Batsmen look as though they're getting set, and it's going to be Tom Rash who's going to be opening the bowling for England. Right arm medium pace as he comes into bowl. It's down the leg side, so first run's on the board for Wales, a wide. Umpires today are Bob Spats and Phil Haynes, both from Wales, and umpires on the IMC panel. Phil's a member at Radder Cricket Club. Scorers today, Gareth Hubbock from Penarth Cricket Club, as Tom Rash comes in for his second ball. Good pace there, nicely played. And he's representing Penarth Cricket Club, or Merscars as we referred to it as, and Chris Mays, England's scorer and also manager. I'd like to say a few thanks to England's sponsors, the Apex Group, Gentlemen and Players, Team Travel Management and DeLonghi. That's good pace from Rash, just beats the outside of the bat. You can see the carry there. Looks a good wicket today. Normally plenty of runs on the track, and has obviously had a smattering of water over recent days. Again, that's just gone down the leg side, so it's the second wide of this over. Bob Spats is the umpire at the bowler's end. We'll run you through the two teams shortly as we get into the game. Just short of a length there from Rash. Nicely played on the offside there. Sean Morris and Robbie Marshall are opening the batting today for Wales. Sean Morris is the captain of Wales, and he's facing number 26 on his back. Hey, it's nicely bowled, just gone past the outside edge there. Just representing Wales also, I said that it's Sean Morris. We've got Iroshan De Silva, Ben Edkins, Nick Morgan, Rob Franklin, Simon Jones, Dan Rowe, Atif Qureshi, John Hubschmidt and Mark Thomas. That's nicely kept down there by Morris. Just got up. A little bit of bounce in the track there. It's as though it could test the batsman early on here. Traditional field from England. We've got two slits and a gully, third man fine leg, square leg, mid on, mid off, and the man at extra cover as Rash comes in. That's left there by Morris. So that's the end of the over. 2 is the score. All extras. Just looking at the England team sheet now. Sean Park is captaining England. He's not keeping wicket today. Abid Jan Mohammed is keeping wicket for England today. Louis Aspelling, Justin Bishop, James Duffy, Sean Heather, Abid Jan Mohammed, Chris Petlow, Tom Rash, Richard Sims, Aaron Watson and Greg Willett. Right, opening the bowling from the other end is going to be Aaron Watson. He's left arm seam, lovely CV, and all these guys have got great cricket CVs. He's a left arm seamer, likes to bat as well. He's a left-handed batsman, and he's currently playing for Normandy in the Surrey Championship. In he comes for his first ball of this game. Just down the leg side there, that's given us a wide by the umpire. Played a lot of minor counties cricket. Aaron for Norfolk, Cambridge University, Centre of Excellence, and also played overseas for 11 years in Australia and New Zealand. So a wealth of experience in that body and that left arm. I'll come on to his CV a little bit more. Played overseas, as I said, in Toowoomba, in Melbourne, in Oz, and one of his best memories, he was telling me, was training with Australia for the 2015 World Cup, where there were 4 left-armers, Johnson, Stark, Faulkner, and of course Watson, bowling to Warner, Clark and Marsh. As he comes into the bowl, let's just look to turn onto the leg side, no runs. Bit of pad on that. Abid quickly round there to negate any single. So a wonderful CV there from for Aaron. Good to see these guys still putting in some good overs and working hard at their game. A little bit fuller there, played into the short extra, no run. Robbie Marshall is the Wales batsman there facing. He's also the wicket keeper. Incredibly fit guy. I'll come on to Robbie. I've got a couple of sort of standout players I'd like to just highlight in the Wales side today. Oh, that's gone past the edge and it's a big appeal. Umpire Haynes unmoved there. Yeah, Robbie Marshall, long-serving club captain of Bangor Cricket Club in North Wales. He's represented Bangor for 24 seasons, making more than 400 appearances. Prolific middle-order batsman with over 10,000 Premier League runs, 8 centuries, 54 half-centuries and a career best of 152. Watson coming in. A little bit fuller there, nicely played, right under his nose there. And as a wicket keeper, he's also taken 300 catches and 100 stumpings. So quite some effort there, and great accolades there for Robbie Marshall. Well, that's gone past the outside edge. That's good bowling from Watson there. So that completes a nice over. Found a good line and length. One of the other players that I'd like to just highlight is Nick Morgan. Now every cricketer has got a nickname, and he's known as Morgs or Merv. His highlight of his cricket career to date is representing Wales, and rightly so. Especially in the World Cup in 2024, which was held in Cape Town. Tom Rash is coming in to bowl. Third over of the game. That's nicely shot, driven through the offside there by Morris for 4 runs. Looked very powerful in that stroke there. Just a little too short there from Rash. He'll be looking to pitch that up a little bit more. Rain's just starting to come a little harder now down on the players and myself. We're all out in the open. A few spectators here. That's a nice ball from Rash. Better pace and just left there by Morris. Yeah, a few spectators watching. It's a busy season for both England over 40s and Wales over 40s. I'll come on to their fixtures. The rain is just coming down a little harder now, but play's continuing. That's great bowling from Rash. Much better length there. Just pulling Morris forward. Good bounce as well. You'll notice that the players are also playing with the pink ball. That's very much a tradition of the IMC over 40s, over 50s, 60s and 70s cricket. And there are 3 power plays. We're in the first power play. It's nicely driven, no run. Yep, there are 3 power plays, so you can only have, I think it's 3 fielders out in the first power play. England has got a fine leg and a third man. In the second power play you can have 4 fielders outside the ring, which is the 30-yard ring, and then in the last power play you can have 5. Kept a little low there for Morris, but carefully watched. Still the same length there that Rash is bowling. Tom plays his cricket at Bury St Edmunds in the East Anglia Premier League, along with Sean Park and Justin Bishop. Both Bury St Edmunds, or all 3 of Bury St Edmunds players. It's nicely forward. Big stride there from Morris. Umpire Spat's not interested in that. Big shout there from England though. Probably going over the top as well. So that's the end of the over. Current score is 7 without loss. Yeah, just a little bit about Tom there. He also is a very strong right-handed bat and likes to give it a whack. Away from cricket, he is an arable and beef farmer. And he loves his job. I was having a chat with him, but it's particularly challenging at the present time, but he's looking to diversify. So in comes Watson, a bit shorter there, nicely played down through the gully region. Just the single there. Fielder coming in. It's a nice throw into the keeper Abid. A little low at his feet, but good strong arm there by Rash. Just the one slip for Watson. Got the third man and fine leg, which you can't see on screen. A point for the right-handed Morris. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket and a square leg. So very traditional field there. They run there. Quickly in. Good start by both sides here. England working hard just to stop the singles. Ball's getting a little bit wetter than they probably would have liked. That's gone past the outside edge, and that's good bowling there from Watson. Well, left from Morris as well. Thought about it for a little while, then took his bat away. Played on the onside there, no run. These two sides have had some great contests, really since 2023, when the over 40s cricket started getting going for both England and Wales. 23rd of May 2023 was the first game, when England won by 92 runs. Watson coming in, a little bit quicker there. Hit over the top, hard, down to the third man, just a single, one bounce, and into a bead there. Nicely taken as well. Yeah, England scored 293 for 4 in that game in the 45 overs, and Wales in reply with 201 for 5 in 45. Chris Hewison, who's not playing today, scored a magnificent 96 off 82 balls, and Darren Stevens 72 off 48 balls. Well, he's here today for Wales. Sean Morris, their captain, scored a blistering 118 off 134 balls, so he's got the pedigree to score a lot of runs. I single that. One more to the total, just turn around the corner. And that's the end of the over. So that was the first game back in on the 23rd of May 2023. Between then and now, they played 5 one-day internationals at 45 overs, and England have won 4. Wales have won 1. Deeper on that in a moment. In the T20s, things are a little closer with the two sides last year, playing a double header at Hammerwich Cricket Club back in June, and the honours were even with both sides winning one fixture. So it's going to be the left-handed Marshall to face. First ball from Tom Rash. Still coming over the wicket. Nicely driven on the offside. Very, very strong, powerful there. Nicely picked up by the England fielder. Yeah, so that was back on 23rd of May 2023. England won the first game. And then in June 23, they won by 7 wickets. And yes, Mr. Bukhari scored an impressive 115 off 98 balls for Wales. And that's gone past the outside edge. Nicely taken by a bead. Big shout there, but no snick. Yep, England's Ben France scored 73 off 107 balls, and Graham Wagg, ex-Warwickshire cricketer, 76 off 36 balls. So huge response there from the England cricketers. In comes Rash, still over the wicket, a little bit shorter there, and he's bowled him. So it looks as though he may have played that on, and because it was certainly high up in the stance. So first wicket to Tom Rash. He gets the left-hander Robbie Marshall. Only the 2 runs to the total for Robbie Marshall there. So first wicket for England, and the score is 10. I was just saying about the previous games between England and Wales. England played Wales then at Arundel Castle in 2024, and England won by 108. That was a big run-scoring game there. So England were 340 all out. Ben Fraser 84 or 43 balls. Sean Heather 65 or 65 balls. Sean Park, Ben France, and Darren Stevens. So the new batsman, right-handed batsman, is Atif Qureshi, as Rash comes in, and he's nicely forward there. Morris is currently on 5, and that was the first ball for Qureshi. Plays his cricket at Broughton Hall Cricket Club. So tails up for England here. Tom Rash looking very strong in his action, and good pace as he comes over, a little bit shorter, nicely played. Certainly some bounce in this track early on. looking to be exploited by the England bowlers. So, where were we? We were talking about, or I was talking about that big high or run scoring game. England 340. In reply, Wales only made 232 for 8. And then we move on to the Triple Crown as Rash comes in, and that's nicely left by Qureshi. And that was held at Newport Cricket Club. That's the end of the over, and the score is 10 for 1. Off 5 overs. Yep, the Triple Crown was held at Newport Cricket Club. What a beautiful ground that is. Got 2 wickets side by side with the clubhouse in the middle. England had a very convincing win there, and Wales were all out for 114 and England 117 for the loss of no wicket. Chris Hewison, again the man doing the damage with 80 or 50 balls. In comes Watson, left arm over, just tickled round the corner there. Umpires signalling a leg by. That brings Qureshi onto face. So you've probably seen a little bit of a pattern here, but hang on. 27th of August 2024, Colwyn Bay, Wales won by 2 wickets with 1 ball to spare in a very high run scoring day, I should say. In comes Watson, left arm over, just, that's gone up in the air a little bit. It's going to go towards the boundary, just should be picked up. Sean Park's the fielder there. No, sorry, Tom Rash is the fielder there, who's run round, good throw in. And that was a very high scoring day, over 600 runs in that day. England scored 308 for 4 off their 45, but Wales amassed 309 for 8 or 44.5. For England, Adam Braddock scored 68 runs or 57 balls, and Greg Wright scored a wonderful 100 runs off 124 balls as Watson comes in. A little bit quicker there. Qureshi just on the back foot, plays that onto the onside. For Wales, well, it was a case of everyone digging in and scoring runs. Richard Jones scored 59 off 77 balls, Rob Franklin 57 off 40 balls, and Johnny Paulet 58 off 39 balls. So that was their first win in the the 45 over one-day international. Just down the leg side, that should be a wide, and it's called by umpire Haynes. So 4-1 is where it currently stands in the ODIs, with England in the driving seat there. As I said earlier, though, the T20s, they're 1 apiece at the moment, having played a wonderful game at 2 games at Hammerwich. It's just played onto the onside. Look quite comfortable there, Qureshi. He's got the green helmet on, and Sean Morris has got the red helmet on. That's nicely played by Qureshi. Forward there. If you want to tune in, obviously you're on the England Seniors website already. Send us a text through on the live chat. We'll try and answer your queries and any questions you've got, any messages of support for the lads who are playing. And I'll certainly do my best to get those on air. It's just myself today commentating, Anthony Wood. Hopefully we'll have some of the Welsh lads getting involved as well, and also the England players. That's nicely played on the onside. Tom Rash is the fielder there, just picking up just a single to the total. Takes the score onto 15 for the loss of 1 wicket off 6 overs. So good start by England. Tom Rash to continue. Nice spirit in the England team today, as always. All the chaps enjoying their cricket. Every single player here has played a huge amount of cricket, and to a very high standard at both professional and semi-professional level. In comes Rash, and that's nicely driven by Morris. That's a quality shot. Good dive there at gully, but that had gone past the outstretched hand, and that's a beautiful shot there from Qureshi. So 4 more to the total. Look very much in control of that, Qureshi. Ball's coming on nicely for the batsman. That's a better length there from Rash. Quick single, underarm throw, and backed up. So 1 more to the total there. Morris just coming through for a quick single. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Veronica Johnson. Good luck Wales, especially from Wrexham. I think that's Iro from Wrexham. A little bit slower there from Rash. That was good thinking from him. Just trying to tempt Morris into the drive. Rain is just coming a little bit stronger. A little change in the field here. Richard Sims has come into the sort of, well, shortish extra cover region, maybe for the slightly lofted drive. As Rash comes past, nearly in action there, straight out to point. No run there. I think that's Sean Heather at sort of just backward point, who threw that in. Great to see these guys backing action for England over 40s this season. Got some great fixtures coming up. We'll come on to that at the moment, whilst we enjoy Tom Rash coming in. It's just placed down to the 3rd man region. Should be just a single there. Which there is. From Morris. Takes a score on to 21 for 1. This is Tom Rash's 4th over. Currently 1. It looks like 1 for 12. Nicely played on the onside. That's a beautiful shot from Qureshi. Just leant into that. Used the pace of the ball. 4 runs signalled there by umpire Spats as England quickly move round. So 4 more to the total. Score moves on to 25 for 1. Qureshi's now moved into double figures. This is though Abid is going to take his helmet and stand up to the stumps, I suspect, to Watson. Still the left arm. Rain's still drizzling. It's like a mizzle at the moment. So Morris to face. Watson coming in, left arm over. That's nicely played on the offside. No run there, fielded there by Sean Heather. Good hands there. England's fielding has been top draw so far. Lots of good warm-ups being done. Shouldn't forget the head of performance in just walking past me, David Hughes, who's done a great job with the lads this morning, as Morris just plays that down, looking to drive, but it wasn't there. Getting the boys all warmed up. And of course Chris Mays, who's the England manager and who's doing the scoring today, who's done a huge amount of work behind the scenes, along with other chaps in the back room, making this whole series of cricket for the 2025 season work. In comes Watson. That's nicely behind that. Morris very watchful. He's got that bright red helmet that just stands out from the shirt there. He's a player that England will be looking to remove early if he gets going. There is a lot of runs that can come from that bat. Nicely taken. Standing up there. Okay, fixtures this year. I'll do both for England and Wales. 9 fixtures for your enjoyment this year. This is the first of the 9 fixtures being played at St Fagans Cricket Club, just west of Cardiff. As Watson comes in, has a big stride forward. Umpire is just signalling. It looks as though that's missing the stumps. Big stride in there from Morris. Next game is going to be on 10th of June against Ireland. England are playing Ireland at High Wycombe Cricket Club. On the 3rd of July, well, India, as you know, the men's elite team, the A team, and also the over 50s, plus the over 40s are... Oh, he's bowled him! That is an absolute seed there from Watson. I don't know if I put the commentator's curse on him, but that looks as though that jagged back a long way. And he's bowled him. So Morris is out for 6. And that was wonderful bowling from Watson there. Looks a good contest between those two. Morris is just reflecting on that as he comes out, thinking, well, I don't think he could have done anything about that. That looked an absolute jaffer of a ball to get. England players just in a huddle there as they disperse as the new incoming batsman. Score is 25 for 2. Currently, Qureshi is on 12. Yes, that was a great ball, and that's the end of the over. So currently, Wales 25 for 2. I must apologise to Sean Morris there for having put the commentator's curse on him as Tom Rash comes in, and that's beautifully driven off the back foot there by Qureshi. Look masterful there as he just punched that through the offside. Didn't take long to get to the boundary as umpire Spats is signalling 4 runs, and that's been acknowledged by the scorers. It takes the score on to 29, so he's looking in very good nick, Qureshi. I was just going on to the fixtures, and yeah, India have got a lot of teams in the veterans and obviously the men's elite that are travelling and playing in England and Wales, and I think they're also going up to Scotland, but I could be wrong on that. 3rd of July, England are playing India at Hammerwich Cricket Club in Burntwood, and then a double header on the 10th of July, well, it's the second game, at Datchet Cricket Club. They're playing India again. Oh, that's just leapt off a length there. Well watched there by Qureshi. Just pulled his bat away, as you can see just by his reactions there after the ball's gone. Yeah, Datchet Cricket Club. Beautiful little ground in the southwest of London, near Slough. And I understand that's undergoing quite a lot of refurbishment there at Datchet, so that's something to look forward to. And then, of course, the Triple Crown. That's at Stirling Cricket Club, where Scotland, Wales, Ireland and England are playing. As Rash comes in, a little bit shorter there, and it's come over. That's 4 runs. Beautiful shot there from Qureshi on the back foot. Just leant into it. 4 runs, but very much in control of that shot. So let's move the score on, and that should be 33 is the score for the loss of 2 wickets from Wales. So here's Qureshi just picking up on anything loose. In terms of the Triple Crown, well, that's being hosted by Scotland at Stirling Cricket Club, and that's going to be the 4 nations playing each other, and that's from the 29th to the 31st of July. Rash just looking to pick up his length a little bit there, and very watchful there, Qureshi. Moving on into August, and on the 21st of August, England Lions are playing the MCC at Cricket Hollow in Hartlepool, followed by the last 2 games of the season, which is that T20 double-header. England are playing Wales at Hammerwich Cricket Club. Proves to be a great season for England, and all nicely set up. Qureshi to face, and he's just tried to play that on the onside. So good bowling from Rash, just tying up Qureshi there. He's currently 1 for 24 in his 5th over. I think England will rotate the bowling a little bit. I'm not sure whether they'll look to bring on spin just yet. Still quite a lot of mizzle in the air. Would imagine that ball's quite wet at the moment. That's nicely left by Qureshi. Looks as though that was wide of quite well wide of the off stump, and that's the end of the over. So the score is 33 for 2 off 9 overs. Looks as though it's going to be Watson to continue. Right, on to Wales fixtures for 2025. As I said earlier, 25th of May they had a North versus South game. Playing today at St Fagans Cricket Club in their opening salvo. On the 13th of June they're playing the MCC in West Wales. I think that's still to be confirmed, that ground. 6th of July they're playing India at the wonderful Abergavenny Cricket Club. And then on the 9th of July versus Worcestershire. Hubschmid is John Hubschmid, who's the right-hand bat, who's now facing for Wales, and he's facing the bowling of Watson. Plays down the leg side, looks as though it's going to run away for byes or wides. That's 4 wides to the total. So a little bit loose there from Watson. He just berates himself a little bit. Bit of a smile on his face there as he walks back to his mark. Just to finish off Wales fixtures for 2025, obviously playing England on the 29th of June in the Triple Crown. They're playing Scotland on the 30th. 31st of July they're playing Ireland, and finishing off as Watson comes in. A little bit wider there, a little bit fuller. Nicely taken by Abid there, just got down. 3rd of September they're playing England in that T20 double header, so they've got a good series of fixtures looking forward. I think they've also got a fixture on the 9th of September against Worcestershire, but again that's to be confirmed. So a good season of cricket there for Wales over 40s, which is growing stronger and stronger, just like England over 40s. Nicely played in the offside, no run. England fielders quickly in there. Sean Heather, the man at the point region, having a nice chat with him earlier, playing a lot of good cricket. Look forward to seeing him bat. There's a very nice nickname called Lucky, I believe, and no surprise there with Heather being the surname. As Watson comes in. And that's a big shout for LBW, and it's been given out. So Hubschmid goes LBW to the very accurate bowling there of Watson. He didn't trouble the scorers, unfortunately, for Wales. So that's 3 down for Wales, and the score is 38. So England seamers having a lot of success here. 3 wickets down. Only Qureshi's provided some stiff resistance so far, just seizing on the odd short ball. Just waiting for the batsman to come in. Drink there for Qureshi as he recovers his helmet. England just dispersed now from that little huddle. 3 wickets down now, Wales. England bowl very well with the new pink ball. The incoming batsman is Ben Edkins, who plays his cricket at Llandal. I probably got that wrong for you Welsh viewers, so apologies for that. But I did get to try and get some elocution lessons right at the start, actually. But yeah, that's Llandal. Let's hope he goes well. So good luck to Ben as Watson comes in. That's first ball. He's gone forward. It's a long, big stride in there, and I think that's certainly what may have saved him, judging by the shout. Certainly not height. You'll see we've got the one fixed camera just over the sight screen. But unfortunately that's not at the end where you would have seen that LBW appeal. That's a bit quicker there, and that's nicely played on the offside. Just a single. There is a fielder down there. Good throw in. Just a little, it's strong, but just short of a bead. I think that was Louis Aspling down there in the third man region. I have to say I'm still learning some of the players' names and also faces, so apologies to viewers for both sides, England and Wales. Having done mostly over 50s cricket, this is a new foray for me into over 40s, but a welcome one. There's Watson coming in off that nice long methodical run. He just plays on the offside there. Qureshi just played in. Nice little buzz around the England fielding there. A few little fives and quickly into position, so that's the end of the over. 39 for 3 is the score for Wales. Watson 2 for 14. Bowled very well. So he's got a little bit of a limp now. I don't know whether that's just getting back into bowling, but bowled a beautiful line and length. Tom Rash to continue. He's currently 1 for 24. Ben Edkins is facing. Just played on the onside. That's going to be a single there. Nicely picked up. And a good throw in from the England fielder there. So one more to the total. Takes the score on to 40 for 3. So important these two maintain a good partnership for Wales here. Currently 3 down. Wicket looks as though it's playing well. Just doing a little bit, got to be watchful, but anything loose from the England bowlers there is being seized upon by Qureshi. Change in the field there, just pushing Richard Sims out to a short extra cover. And good carry there to Abid, who's keeping today. in place of Sean Park, who is captaining but not keeping wicket. I suspect he may be having a bat later. England got plenty of left arm bowling. They got Chris Peplow, who bowls slow left arm. Justin Bishop, who also bowls left arm medium, just doing a few little warm-ups there at first slip. There's Tom Rash coming in. Nicely played on the onside there. That could be 2. Quickly running. It all looks as though there could be a little bit of a miscommunication there. I don't think Qureshi heard he was coming back for the second, but Ben Edkins was very quick between the wickets. So 2 more to the total. Good running there, and good fielding from the England fielder there. Just behind square. One of the things that really helps on the commentary side is the players having numbers on their shirts, because you then get to see. That's a full toss, and that's nicely dispatched. That should run away for 4 runs. And it does. Umpire Spats there, just signalling to the box. 4 runs. So there's a slight slope here to our left of the score box, but that ran nicely up the hill. I was sort of reminded a little bit of that slope at Ventnor Cricket Club, and they've got a lovely bowl ground. I remember you having to judge how far you came from the top of the slope down to catch a ball, and if you mistimed it you had to go back. In comes Rash, and that's nicely forward from Qureshi. Very positive there. Batsman certainly got to get a long way forward here just to negate any LBW decision. Yeah, Ventnor Cricket Club, beautiful cricket ground on the Isle of Wight. They also had one very famous Australian cricketer, left-hander. I wonder if you can tell me who that was, who was their professional. I won't say on air, but if you'd like to let us know on the live chat. Still playing for Australia as well. End of the over. The score is currently 46 for 3. Eleven overs gone. And it's Atif Qureshi who's on 26, who's leading the fight back for Wales here. Ben Edkins at the other end is on 2. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're airing through Play Cricket, which is a wonderful platform set up, which Chris Mays operates. You can get highlights package, which Chris will organise for you after the game as Watson comes in. That's nicely played on the onside. Good bit of bounce there. You'll notice the difference in bounce there. Quite a long way forward there. And it also does plenty of the statistics, and does the replays for 4s, 6s and wickets as well. So that's all being controlled by Chris. So a great platform, very much like Frogbox, but we like to think it's a little bit more useful for our needs. Slower ball there from Watson. Looks as though he just wrapped his fingers over the ball there, but watched carefully by Edkins as he goes down and does a little bit of gardening. Quite a greenish top on the wicket today. Looks firm underneath, as all wickets. We've had some great weather in the leading to this cricket season. That's nicely driven and dropped. Looks as though that went to hand. Sean Heather's the fielder there at the point. Went quickly. Looks as though that, just judging by his body language there, had to get down low and quickly. Come a little bit quicker than he thought and expected. Anyway, he'll pick himself up as Watson comes in. Left arm over. And that's nicely fielded there. Great recovery there from Sean Heather. nicely played on the onside, no run. Currently the score is 46 for 3, so overs starting to tick by a little bit. There's Justin Bishop, who's just warming up that left arm. He's got number 7 on his back. Plays his cricket at Bishop Stortford and looking very slim. I saw him in the hotel lobby yesterday. Looks very fit. Looking forward to a good season. Oh, that looks as though that was just going back towards the stumps from where I'm sitting. But no drama there for Edkins, and that's the end of the over. So the score is currently 46 for 3 at the end of the 12th over. So 45 overs in total is the amount of overs that can be played. We're still in the first power play, up to 15 overs. England's field, it's not at all spread, still mostly within the inner ring. Looks as though we're going to have a change of bowling here. Yeah, I didn't think we'd see spin too early. Justin Bishop is going to be coming on with his left arm medium pace over the wicket to the right-handed Qureshi. Looks as though that might be, I think it's Chris Peplow who's at the short third. He's come up. We've got a wideish fine leg, deep square, just out of shot from you on the camera. Mid-wicket, mid-on as he comes in, and that's nicely placed on the onside. Might run away. Oh, that's superb fielding there. Wonderful fielding on the boundary. And 2 runs there to the total. So Qureshi just tickled that off his leg. It ran very quickly. That's a wonderful dive there. James Duffy is the man there, showing all his athleticism as he dived and pushed it to Watson, who threw in. Little change in the sight screens here. Yep. Just maybe the left arm over as a change from the right arm of Rash. Tom Rash bowled very well. I'll give you his statistics shortly. You'll probably see those come up on the screen. Chris, who's controlling that and scoring, does like to show those. England fielders still got the mid-on and mid-off up. Got a deep extra on the boundary. It looks as though that's going to be a wide, and it's being signalled by umpire Spats there. That's just gone down the leg side, so we've got a deep extra, deep square, wideish fine leg, and that's the 3 fielders that they're allowed out in the first power play, as the range just starting to get a little heavier. And again, it looks as though it's going to be a wide again, so Bishop just taking a little bit of time, and that's understandable to get into his routine and rhythm. Very quick to Qureshi, very quick to pick on anything short. Just balancing that line and length, and that's again, that's going to be a 3rd wide on the trot, so it's just left. I'm not sure, I think Qureshi is trying to play at those, but they must be doing a little bit with the wicket. Let's have a quick... I'm just getting a little bit of feedback. Sorry, what's that? It's a lovely line for right-handed. Yeah, beautiful line for the left-handed batsman, but there's 1 run there to Qureshi. Just plays that into the offside, and Edkins comes through to face. So Bishop just trying to find his line and length there. Very metronomic usually, so I expect we'll see things pick up for him. And that's gone past the outside edge, and that's a nick, and that's a wicket. So that's the end of Ben Edkins. and maybe the commentator was right there that he's just pushed that nicely past the outside edge. Big lunge there from Edkins. So the 4th wicket goes down for Wales, and the score is 52. So thank you. I was just being very kindly hosted with a cup of coffee there by one of the Wales support team. Beautiful club here at St Fagans. Now I'm going to say it's St Fagans. It's not St Fagans, okay? And as you come into the ground up the drive, there's the Plymouth Arms, which I think it looks a very historical building. It's a pub actually, and we'll tell you a little bit about the history of St Fagans Cricket Club and the owners a little bit later. So 52 for 4 Wales. Big partnership required here. Dan Rowe is the new batter who's come in, got number 27 on his back. He's a right-handed batsman and plays at Port Talbot Cricket Club. Beautiful start there. Lovely timing there from Dan. Nice upright stance there. Big shout for LBW there. Looks as that's going to be picked up at a short third man, and just one more to the total. So the appeal nullified there. Interesting over here. Justin Bishop making things happen. Brings Qureshi to the facing end. Beautiful, end of the over. Score is 53 for 4. That's 13 overs gone. Atif Qureshi is providing the backbone at the moment for the Wales innings. He's got 29, and Dan Rowe is currently there. He's on nothing, but I'm sure he'll be soon off the mark. He's going to be facing the bowling of Aaron Watson, the left arm over, who's bowled particularly well. Good line and length, good pace. Bowled exceptionally well to Sean Morris, nipping that one back, and went between the bat and pad there. So England's tails are up here as Watson comes in. That nice metronomic run, a little bit shorter there, and that's great fielding there from Heather. That point, looking to make amends there for that catch that came to him very sharply. And England looking very promising in the field here, as you would expect at this level of cricket. All these cricketers have played a very high standard of cricket and know exactly the standards that were required, both for Wales and for England. Nicely played. Just angled the bat down. That's going to be a run there. And Rowe moves on to one. Just played that down to the third man region. Brings Atif Qureshi to face. A little bit slow. Oh, that looks as though that was a beautiful ball there. Just changing the pace, rolling the fingers over it. Watson's certainly got a few tricks up his sleeve with the ball, which you would expect from his pedigree, having trained with the Australian bowlers, Johnson, Stark, Faulkner in the 2015 World Cup. A little bit quicker there, and that's a beautiful drive there from Qureshi. Looks as though it's going to run. Is it just going to be picked up? No, despite the valiant efforts there from Sean Park, who's come in from mid-off. That's gone for 4 runs, so 4 more to the total. Otto's got a smile on his face. Looks a real character of a cricketer. Lovely to see that enjoyment. Just been hit for a 4, but he's working hard to get back on the horse there and bowl another good ball. Qureshi's looking very impressive here. Looks a very solid character. Down the leg side, that should be a wide. Looks as though that's going to be signalled by umpire Haynes, who I think is, yes it is, just signalled as a wide there, who's just been nominated or is the newest member onto the IMC umpiring panel. So congratulations to him. Bob Spatz is, I was going to say, a legend or veteran of the umpiring world in IMC circles. Has done a number of World Cups, and I believe, having had a quick chat with him before the game, he's looking to go to Christchurch. That's nicely played on the side, no run. And also, so that's the over, I think it's the over 70s World Cup, and there's also one in Canada, which is the over 60s World Cup. So I think he's looking to get those under his belt, and why not? Everyone pays their own way, it's all self-financed. In comes Watson, left arm over, and that's nicely played there. Dan Rowe, solid defence there, just plays that down. You can see a little bit of variability in the wicket, but good carry and bounce, but just the odd one that's keeping low. Something in it for the bowler. Another good over there from Watson as the score moves on to 60 for 4. Watson's currently got figures of 2 for 21. Looks as though he's going to bowl through, I would imagine. So it's Justin Bishop to continue. Apologies if you can hear in the background some slight muffling of noise on a phone. Unfortunately, I have to have that on from where I'm seated to see the scoring. And here we are. We've got some stats there from NV Play. That's nicely played on the onside. Just a single there. Qureshi just tickling that round the corner. James Duffy, who's the fielder who's come in from deep square. Not a very big boundary here. I'd say it's probably no more than about 55 yards on both sides, but beautiful square here. Number of strips cut, as you can see, and that's just played on the onside, and it's been given as a wide. So 1 more to the total. Nice message there from Senarathna, who I met in Sri Lanka, and that's a big wild swing there from Dan Rowe. I didn't think he needs to do that just yet. He's got to see the ball. He said, "Hi Woody, enjoying your commentary. Greetings from Sri Lanka. Early wickets for England. Wales keeping the scores moving at a fair rate despite losing early wickets." Yeah, nicely summed up there by Seneca. And I'll tell you a little bit about him. Looks as though that wasn't a bump ball. That was an easy drop. Sorry, a simple drop there from, or simple catch. I'll get it right third time for Richard Sims. He won't want to be looking at that again. That came at head high. It looked an easy catch. I'm sure Bish will be giving him a little bit there afterwards, but England could have had their 5th wicket there A little bit wild there from Rowe. Maybe that's the life he needs. Just got to settle down here. He's trying to push it on a little bit too quick, I'd say. Plenty of overs left in this game here. Big partnership required. That's down the leg side, so it's another wide. It's been a little bit loose there, Bishop, on these leg side wides. Picking up the pace from where he started, but accuracy is everything in this with the leg side wides. And that's left. No runs there. So Dan Rowe just settling down. Yes, talking about that, what a wonderful World Cup that was for the over 50s in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka actually made it to the final, but it was Pakistan who won the over 50s World Cup this year, and they beat England in the semi-finals, England having won all their group games. Then faced their sort of bogey side, really. They've never beaten Pakistan at over 50s cricket, and so it proved as well. So they went on and won the World Cup, and it was played at, well, I think it was the Pisara Oval, which is a wonderful ground. You know, you've got that big Singer scoreboard there that's just ginormous. It dwarfs everybody, and there were a good, I'd say, good couple of thousand people watching, which was lovely to see for the IMC, who've put in so much work to make these World Cups happen. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that. There was obviously the 2024, the over 40s World Cup, which England took part in. That was their first World Cup. So we got a change of bowling now. It's the left armour Greg Willett who's coming in. Oh, that looks as though that's going to go for 4. No, sorry, I couldn't see that. It's just been picked up. A little bit shorter there from Willett. Qureshi just looking to get on the back foot there and pull that through. Got an inside edge. Nicely driven there on the onside. So Watson giving chase, Parks also giving chase, and that's gone for 4 runs. So 4 more to the total. Lovely on drive there from Dan Rowe. Like the way he stands, very tall and upright in his stance. A real sign of control over the shot. Obviously likes to give it a whack as well and a thump. Big innings required from Dan Rowe here with to keep Qureshi company. That's nicely bowled there by Willett. So he may be limping a little bit, and just watching him as he walks back, as it looks as though it's going to be a dead ball. So didn't quite get into his stride there. And that's a lovely line and length there from Willett. Just going to find my notes so that I can tell you a little bit about Greg, but they seem to have been buried under other notes, and it's very windy here today, so I'm desperately trying to keep everything down with it blowing away. That's a good length, just played off the back foot. Sean Heather's the man there, no run. Good cricket there from England. That's a beautiful drive there. Now it's a glorious shot there. No chance there for James Duffy to cut that off. A little bit fuller there from Willett, but seized upon by Dan Rowe there. Beautiful shot over the deep extra cover for 4. So Wales, they've moved on now. 71 for 4. It's adding more valuable runs to the scoreboard for Wales there. Just the loss of 4 wickets. England have bowled very well. Tom Rash and Aaron Watson opened the bowling for England. Both looked very, very solid. Good pace. Watson, a couple of wickets, and Rash just the one. And now we've got Justin Bishop and Greg Willett. As Bishop comes in with his left arm over, nicely forward from Qureshi. Negates any movement off the seam there. England field, just out of your screen, got the 2 deep extra cover, deep square, and a wideish fine leg, and third man. We're now in the second power play, so you can have 4 outside as Qureshi just comes forward there. So saying he plays his cricket at Broughton Hall. Just standing slightly out of his crease, the popping crease there, which just gives him a little bit of an advantage to get onto anything short and full. There's 2 runs there. No, just sends back Rowe. So just a single there to Qureshi. He's looked as though he slipped a little bit there, Qureshi, just at the non-striker's end. Still quite wet underfoot. Had some sort of mizzle early on. Lovely to see some of the young boys and girls as well playing in the outfield. Oh, that was just at a nasty length there. Bishop, he's exploiting that. Not there to drive, not there to play off his legs. Oh, that's a beautiful drive. It's going to be picked up on the outside, on the outfield there. So just a single there, but good intent there from Dan Rowe. 1 more to the total. Takes a score on to 73 for the loss of 4 wickets. Okay, that's the end of the over. 73 for 4. 17 overs gone. Rowe's currently on 10, and Qureshi 36. So this is a really good partnership for Wales. You can just see the Manhattan chart there. As Willett comes in, it's well bowled, just tickle down to the leg side for a single there. Richard Sims is the fielder, he picks up nicely. England mixing things up, just actually Willett's just moving the man down to long on there. I think that's a good move there from Willett. Likes to drive. Both of these batsmen actually. More probably Rowe from what I've seen. Very, very competent driver of the ball. A bit shorter there, just pulled away there by Qureshi onto the onside. Man down there is Richard Sims. Might see him bowl today. He bowls a very tidy right arm off spin, and obviously Chris Petplow, who bowls left arm spin. That's nicely fielded by Sean Heather there at the point region. Seeing the ball well there now. It's a very, very difficult backdrop with the trees on the onside boundary there. So he's got to be really quick to pick up that ball as it comes through those trees. That's driven nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a quality shot from Rowe, who, as I've said earlier, just stands up nice and tall there. Anything in that arc region he loves to drive, and he drove that beautifully through the extra cover region. So 4 more to the total. Keep your comments coming in via the live chat. I don't know what time it is in Sri Lanka, Seneca, but it might be very early. It might be very. Oh, it's a bit later. I think you're 5.5 hours ahead, aren't you? So here we are. That's a nice replay coming up of that 4 for Dan Rowe. Okay, we've got a change of bowling here. Justin Bishop is coming off. It's going to be the tall figure of Chris Peplow. Field's just being organised. Left arm orthodox bowler. Let's have a quick look at the fielding positions here, because some are outside your screen. You can only see obviously the bowler and batters. Point, short third, extra cover, short extra, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and a man just behind, not on the 45, just behind square. A little bit shorter there. Qureshi tried to seize on that straight away. There's no man out deep. We've got a deep, moreish, cowish. That's good driven, nicely driven ball there. Man out there, just picking that up. It's Richard Sims. So 1 to the total. A little bit gymnastics there by Abid as he takes that. So all fun and games here at St Fagans Cricket Club. Oh, that looks as though that took an edge, and that's running down. It's going to be picked up. Should be just the 2. Yep, two runs to the score. So lots of experience from Chris Peplow here. Needing to be. Oh, it's a lovely left arm delivery there, and nicely played as well by Dan Rowe. Not sure there's going to be much turn early on there, but very much part of Chris's makeup is his ability to deliver the ball at different speeds, and if anyone needs any reminding of what it's like to play, this man has played cricket at the highest level for Middlesex County Cricket Club. And that's beautiful bowling from the left armour Peplow, and nicely played as well by Qureshi. So the end of the over, 82 for 4 at the end of the 19th. I think that's 19th over. Yep, Chris has got a wonderful CV actually. He's played minor counties cricket for Berkshire, pretty much won all the minor county competitions with Berkshire in 13 in total, and that is some going. Let me tell you, that is incredible. Willett to continue with his left arm over. That's a lovely length there from Willett. Just teasing the batsman there. Dan Rowe knows his strength is very much driving. Got the man out, deep extra. Justin Bishop's it, the more traditional extra cover. Oh, that looks as though it might have cut back. Looks as though he might have got an inside edge on that, or certainly sounded like it. Willett's starting to find a really good rhythm here and line and length. That's driven, but there is a man out there. That's Watson. So Aaron Watson just underarms it to Bishop. Not a big hit to the offside boundary here. So very difficult to run twos unless it's past or to the left or right of Watson. That's nicely struck there by Qureshi. Really enjoying watching Qureshi play this innings here. Very watchful. Willett's equally to the task. That's a single there. England might need to try and cut that single off. But there's always a danger of the four, so the man behind point and third man. It's nicely taken by Abid there. And that's the end of the over. So a really good over there from Greg Willett. Very accurate. Scores moved on to 86. So 20 overs gone. 25 to go for Wales, setting a very good base here for the other incoming batsmen. These two particularly like the way Dan Rowe stood up tall and he's driven hard. He's got Chris Peplow who's bowling to him. That's beautiful flight there. Just played that down the leg side. It was more of an inside edge. Watson just picking that one up. And just a single. Yep, Chris is, or Peps is his nickname. Been around the circuit for a long, long time. Won 2 national T20 Cups with Ealing Cricket Club as well. And that's got bounce and turn there by the looks of things as Qureshi tried to even get close to that. And I'll tell you a lovely little story about him as well that he's relayed to me. It's a little bit shorter there. Qureshi's right onto that on the offside. So just a single there. Richard Sims is the fielder out there for England. Good throw in to Abid. Yes, he came on for Freddie Flintoff for a couple of overs as England's 12th man against the West Indies in 2004. But the bit I liked is a little bit further on, and he managed to get a contract at Middlesex County Cricket Club, he tells me, on the back of Tuffers going into the jungle and winning I'm a Celebrity. So well done, Chris. But he's bowling with beautiful stumping there, not out of his ground, but a great take there by Abid. So great bowling there from Chris Peplow. Don't think he's currently playing club cricket, but showed all his quality and class there. So another over goes by, and the score is 88 for 4. Peplow, off his 2 overs, 0 for 4 so far. Qureshi, on the other hand, has got 40. And Dan Rowe, I've been very impressed with, coming at a difficult time for Wales, has got 21 runs. Willett comes back on. That's just played on the onside. Might be 2 there. Oh, it's going to be for 4. It's run away to the boundary very quickly there under the trees as Peplow tried to cut that off. So 4 more to the total. as the rain just comes down a little bit harder here. Wicket to continue. Just played off the back foot there, Qureshi. Just a single this time. Peplow's the fielder there at the square leg region. And that's beautifully driven off the back foot there by Rowe. One more to the total for Wales. Nice on drive there by Qureshi. One more to the total. 93 for 4. Good channels there from Greg Willett. That's a beautiful drive there by Dan Rowe. Trademark off drive, a little bit uppish in the air, but absolutely no danger of being caught. 4 more to the total. Takes the score on to, I think it's 99. End of the 22nd over. Quickly getting through these overs, England. So Peplow to continue. From the far end. 99 for 4. Rose on 26. And Qureshi's on 44. Little change in the field here for Chris Peplow as the long on comes into play, and that's a beautiful length there. Just dabbed down by Qureshi. Peplow's not giving him any opportunity either to come down the track or any width. It's a beautiful ball. It's done everything there. Actually very well played by Qureshi, who's got to be very watchful here. Kept his back foot very much behind the popping crease. Not a lot of foot movement there as he just goes slightly back and across, and he's just taken that shorter ball over to the offside. Should be 2 runs here. Takes him on to 46. So 4 away from a 50, and a very well constructed 50 it is if he gets there. Peplow, on the other hand, has got other ideas. That's very well forward from Qureshi. Great length here from Peplow. It's got a rhythm there. A little bit fuller there. Just a single. Just caught that on the full toss. Just to the long on region. So 1 more to the total. Qureshi moves on to 47. Sorry, 48, apologies. A bit shorter there, dabbed down by Rowe. No run. Willett the fielder. And that's the end of a quick over. Looks as though we may have some drinks coming out. So we'll take a short break, and we'll look forward to having you back soon.
up the club and think, right, well, right, so we guys are go for it. Or, you know, we can make changes, or I don't know, it's just,
so they're changing your rules to make it more competitive.
they're doing it, so everyone's got to do it. What it was before, the T20 was played on Sunday, I can't play 2 days a weekend physically, and we're happy to do it. So we were,
Right, welcome back at St Fagans Cricket Club, where England over 40s are being hosted by Wales over 40s in this first ODI of the 2025 season. Wales currently batting.
I would not have called that. No. Kept on calling him Bruno Mars. Yeah, his sonny's down it, yeah.
Score currently is 102 for 4. Dan Rowe is currently on 24, and Atif Qureshi is fast approaching his 50. I think he's on 48. 49, apologies. Lovely seeing the young children playing out on the outfield here. Very picturesque ground here at St Fagans, as Qureshi's just asking for the sight screen to be moved. It's going to be Sean Park who's coming on to bowl. He bowls right arm medium pace, that normally keeps for England actually. Obviously bats. Brother of Gary Park, who's hopefully listening or will be watching some of the commentary and the live streaming. A legend of over 40s cricket, played for Derbyshire in his heyday, and he starts off with a sort of 23-yarder ball. That's nicely fielded there by Watson. So 2 runs, and that's a very fine 50. Very fine 50 there for Qureshi, so he moves on to 51. Just a single there, down to the, long on, mid-on boundary. I think that's Tom Rash who's come in from long on. So gaps starting to appear a little bit in the field here for Wales to take some advantage of. Rowe is the batsman facing. That's a little bit fuller there from Park. No runs. James Duffy is the fielder there at mid-off. Quality bat for England. And that's very well bowled by Park. Full length there. Yorker. Well dug out there by Rowe. Looking to drive. You can see he's got a very, I was going to say aggressive, but assertive style of batting. Stands up very tall. There we are. You can see he's got that sort of power hitting stance, and that's just got an inside edge. Richard Sims picks up. No run there. So it's good cricket from these two nations now. Park being very, very tight and economical. And again, very well bowled there by Park. Right in the block hole. No latitude for Rowe there to score. Another over goes by, 105 for 4. Just had a little drinks break there. Gave some of the lads a chance to have a little bit of discussion about the game, where they think par score may be. Grab a little bit of respite. Some of the Welsh players have a little wander around the outfield. Yes, I think the lads are saying that the sun will be coming out this afternoon, and Wales have batted in this sort of mizzle that's been going around. Nicely prepared wicket by the St Fagans groundsman here. It's a very good cricket wicket, but a bit of bounce and pace early on. It's as though it may be settling down a little bit as Tom Rash comes back. And that's an inside edge. A little bit, I was going to say rash there from Qureshi, but rash on rash. And just a single. Oh, here's a very fine man, David Hughes, who's head of England performance. Who's delivered a very fine cup of coffee for me. So thank you, David.
Pleasure.
So streaky run there for Qureshi. A little bit, I was going to suggest, unnecessary from him, having played such a great innings. That's a lovely cut off the back foot, and great fielding from Duffy Heather there. He just dives down to his right, so no run there. Just looking to curb the enthusiasm here of Rowe, who's still got a very big job to do for Wales here. If they're going to post a total over 200, he needs to be there with Qureshi, and they will be looking for a score certainly over 200. That's nicely driven. Richard Sims not quite round to it. Great fielding there from the mid-off to come round. So just a single. Things starting to liven up a little bit here, as Wales are starting to take the battle to England. Qureshi facing. That looks as though it could be out, and it is held. That is a very fine catch and a great wicket for Tom Rash. A smart piece of catching there by the skipper, Sean Park, I think it is, at mid-off. It's quite a distance from where I am, but Qureshi really cracked that hard, but it didn't have the distance to get over the head of Park, and just dropped short of him, and he dived forward and took a very smart, sharp catch down to his right. So that sees the end of the 5th wicket. As you see on the screen there, that replay, and I can tell you that went a lot quicker than it looks there on the screen. So a very, very fine catch and a very fine innings there by Atif Qureshi. Played some beautiful shots and really held it together in the early part of the Wales innings, when a few wickets fell around him. So this is going to bring to the wicket Nick Morgan, who plays his cricket at Penarth Cricket Club. Fine cricketer. As I said earlier, his highlight is very much about representing Wales, and especially at the World Cup in 2024, where that was held in Cape Town, and he hit the winning runs against Canada, which also coincided with Wales' first international win. So very proud Welshman, and very nicely, as we're here, a product of St Fagans youth system. Former first 11 player, and I believe he also is a very decent marathon runner as well. Looks very fit. Yes, I understand that he's completed 4 of the World Marathon Majors. I suppose that's like the golf majors, and he's looking to do the Tokyo Marathon in March. So well done, Nick Morgan, and good luck to you today. He's got the bowling of Tom Rash to contend with. So the tails are up for England here. 5 wickets down, 107 on the board. Tom Rash coming in. looking to add to his haul, and that's gone past the outside edge, and that was a beautiful ball from Rash. He's now wondering how that didn't hit all three. Clearly still doing a little bit as Richard Sims comes into a second slip. That's a good move from the skipper, I think, just to reinforce that slip cordon. Really enjoying this match-up here. Tom Rash coming back for his second spell. A little bit quicker there. Nick Morgan just plays that, and so hits first runs to him. Sean Heather, the man, who just dives to his left very acrobatically, picks that up. Single, as England move quickly and smartly around. Looks as though Chris Peplow is going to come now on to bowl from the other end. So Greg Willett's finished his little spell, bowled very well, beautifully, beautiful left armers there. England seem to have left armers in abundance here today. Aaron Watson bowled very well for his wickets early on. Chris Peplow's coming on with his slow left arm orthodox, and of course Justin Bishop also bowled. Once he found his line of length, bowled very well. A few wides down the leg side, but it's early season, so he's very much getting into his stride. A big Ipswich Town fan is Justin, very proud man. Sad to see them relegated from the Premier League. Okay, Nick Morgan. That's just played there, back to Peplow. Not a lot of foot movement there. Just good hand-eye coordination there from Morgan. It's driven. No run there. Tom Rash is the fielder there, I think it is, at the short extra. And again, Chris Peplow showing all his experience there, just varying the pace. How great to see guys like Chris Peplow and others who played at the the highest level at county cricket, still enjoying their cricket, playing for England now. Oh, that's beautifully bowled and well played by Nick Morgan. Just a single there, good running. Just a little bit shorter, and that's nice. It's very smartly down to his right. Justin Bishop there. End of the over. 108 for 5. Dan Rowe currently on 27, and Nick Morgan is 1 not out. There's the weather. Looks as though it's brightening up a little bit here. Probably just as England get into bat, the sun will be shining for the Welsh bowlers, which they won't appreciate too much. But it's going to be, I think, fairly overcast all day. So as long as the rain stays away. Tom Rash coming on for his second spell, looking to take a few more Welsh wickets and see through his 9 overs, I suspect. Good captaincy from Sean Park here. He's just mixing up the spin with the medium pace. Hasn't yet decided to go to Richard Sims, who bowls right arm off spin. Yeah, that's well bowled by Tom Rash there. A little tentative there from Nick Morgan. It's very watchful. You come past it, and that's not quite there to drive, but Morgs, as he's known, or Merv. Not quite in the right position there to play that through the offside. Needs to show a little bit of restraint here, but just build an innings with Dan Rowe, who I've been very impressed with. Drives the ball beautifully, both on drives and off drives. Oh, that's a little bit wild there from Morgan. It's not really quite got attuned to the pace of the pitch here yet. England putting in a really good bowling performance here at the moment. 109 for 5 Wales. They'll be certainly looking to keep Wales down well under 200 if they can. Take a couple of wickets here as Rash comes in past the umpire, and that ball's just gone up in the air, so it's a single there. No one there to probably even get close to a catch. Nice spirit amongst the cricketers. The two sides here today played against each other on 5 previous occasions. England running out winners on 4 of those 5 occasions. So Wales have certainly got something to prove and to pull back. That's a beautiful drive there from Rowe. No runs, and really smartly fielded there by Chris Peplow at the short extra cover region. A bit fuller. Oh, no run there. No, very quickly in was Chris Peplow. Morgan told him to go back, and that was a good call from Morgan. So the end of the over, 110 for 5. Rose consolidating his innings. He's on 27, and Nick Morgan currently on 3. 27 overs gone, 18 to go. So Chris Peplow to continue here. Oh, that was a bit of a wild swing there from Morgan. Peplow showing a lot of class there. His statistics, he's very much I would suggest, a one-day player. Limited overs games. And that's just tickled down the leg side. No run. When he was playing for Middlesex, he played a lot of one-day cricket, and he took 26 wickets actually at an average of 22.92. 2 4-wicket hauls, and one of those came against Glamorgan in 2005. And no run there. Nice, it's very smartly picked up there by the skipper, Sean Park, at the mid-wicket region. That's lovely. Just held that back a little bit there. Peplow. Flatter there, and just keeping Morgan thinking about his feet movement, whether he's coming down the track or not. That's nicely driven, but no run there. James Duffy is the fielder there. He's got a strong left arm, and that's the end of the over. A very fine over there from Chris Peplow. Scores still 110 for 5. So, yep. Wonderful to see that control over the left arm bowling there from Peplow. England may be looking to make a bowling change here. I think they'll be looking to just mix it up. And obviously Parky's only had one. Was it the 1 over? but looks as though we've got Richard Sims coming on with his right arm off spin. So he just goes to get the bowlers. Oh no, I do apologise. It's Aaron Watson. I'd like to say there is a bit of a similarity between them, but then when he looks as though he's going to bowl with his left arm, there isn't. So he's just getting into his stride there. So the sight screens get moved. Well, we have one of the our camera on the top of the other screen, so you'll probably see that being moved as well. Here we go. It's Watson's coming back for his second spell. Oh, very well in his first spell. 2 for 21. And Chris Peplow, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10 runs. That's driven off the back foot, just a single there. That's Greg Willett, who's the fielder out there at the deep extra. So 1 more to the total. That takes the score on to 111. A little bit short, slower ball there, and Parky tried to get there. Sean Park couldn't, so that's run away for 4 runs. So it's a good drive, it's a full toss. Morgan's taken full advantage of that. That's what he was looking for, that release ball. So first 4 of the batting innings for Morgs. Nicely driven through the offside there. And that's driven off the back foot. Certainly 2. Alright, good run away for 4. So Willett couldn't get round to that. So 4 more to the total. That's 2 fours on the trot here. 115 for 5. Wales. And that's beautifully driven as well. That could go for a 4 as well. It's a great dive from Willett, who just stops that. So 2 to the total. Nice dive there from Greg Willett to his right. Slightly going uphill there, so he's got to come downhill to meet the ball. A leg side field here for Watson. He's got a wideish fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. And he's bowling that line, which is just on that sort of 4th stump. It's quite a big gap there through the offside. 3rd man and a point. Sean Heather's the man at point, and Richard Sims is down at third man. That's a slower ball. That's well bowled by Watson, and a good over as well to finish. Sorry, a good ball to finish the over. 121 for 5 Wales. So nice little clawing back of runs here. "29 overs gone." Interesting to see what I thought Sean Park bowled very well. I was a bit surprised he took himself off actually so early, but equally the experienced Peplow has come on. That's nicely bowled, just kept a little bit lower on the leg side, so a single to the total there. And again, no run there, Abid very quickly round. Shout for LBW, but looks as though it was going down the leg side. Umpire Haynes, totally unmoved. All just lapped almost by Nick Morgan, round to Richard Sims, the man at square leg, just a single, as the man goes back to long off. James Duffy.
29.
A little bit more air there, and that's gone down the leg side. I don't know whether he's got something on that, but it's going to be 2 runs. 2 more to the total. No signal there from the umpire, so looks as though that was a little inside edge. So 2 more to the total. That's a really good length, actually, that Chris Peplow's bowling there. Rose, clearly someone who likes to drive the board. He's certainly not allowing him to do that. So it's the end of the over. Another good over there from Chris Peplow. Six overs, 0 for 14. So fine piece of bowling there. Slow left arm orthodox. Nick Morgan's moved on to 14, and Dan Rowe, very fine, 31 so far. He's facing the bowling of Aaron Watson. As Watson comes in past umpire Spats, a little bit fuller there, and that's an inside edge. Peplow's chasing round after that, should be 2 runs. Picks up left-handed, good throw there from Peplow, lovely piece of cricket from England. So Rowe gets through for 2, but very, very fine piece of cricket there. And Abid is ever so watchful there, looking for the run out. So he just reorganises the stumps, gets his gloves on and his inners. Again, a slow ball, and that's a beautiful shot. 6 runs from Dan Rowe. He's been looking to do that all game. Drives the ball down the ground beautifully. 6 very fine runs over the long off region. So he looked to take full advantage of that ball. It was thrown up a little bit by Watson there, but very well judged by Rowe. Fine shot. 6 more to the total. Takes the score into 134 Wales. So they're starting to set England a total here. England need to pull it back. Got the one man out there at long off. Oh, he's gone back. There's a shout for LBW. Looked high, but couldn't quite see everything from where I am, which is more square leg, just behind square. So a leg bye to the total there. 134 for 5. 135 for 5, sorry. So we get a little bit more Mizzle coming back. Watson coming in with that left arm, a little bit wider there. Morgan was thinking about it. Showed a little bit of restraint there. Looks as though there is runs in that region. If Watson does err a little bit on the offside, just Sean Heather there. Richard Sims is down at 3rd man, but there's quite a big gap there between point and extra, deep extra. They run there. Greg Woolett's the fielder, who's in there at the short extra. good cricket from both sides here. Some fine bowling from these two left armers of Peplow and Watson. A little bit fuller, and that's gone over the Heather's head, and that'll be 4 runs. So that's 4 more to the total. That always looked possible there. He's in a very orthodox third man region, unless it's a big edge. I suspect it needs to be a little bit wider there. But 4 more to the total, using the pace on the ball. 139 for 5 Wales. So they're mustering a counter-attack here against England. England's still got plenty of overs left in some of the medium paces. Watson's currently 2 for 44 off his overs so far. I think he might have 1 left. No runs there. Peplow keeping things very quiet from the other end here with his slow left arm orthodox bowling. Nicely driven. Just a single there. So he's coming round. Oh, and he's misfielded that. And that's gone straight under his body, so that's going to be 4 runs to the total. Just lost his footing a little bit as he came over a ridge, and that's 4 more to the total. So a little smile on the face of Peplow there. So 4 more to the total of Rowe as well. Little dab down, just dropping the bat on that, looking for the run. Oh, again, that's very good bowling from Peplow there. There's not much bounce there. Rose just dabbing the bat down on that, looking for that single, but Aspelling and Co are very close in their bishop, and that's gone down the leg side there. Could be 2 byes. Looks as though he's going to come back. No, just a single. That's a wide actually. It's been given as a wide. Hands on the head of Peplow as he has a nice smile on his face there. And that's well bowled and a very fine over. So apart from that 4, an almost exemplary over there. 145 is the score. England, and I think, well, I know Chris Peplow deserved that. He's bowled absolutely superbly. He's just varied his flight, varied his length, and he's maintained that accuracy as well. So a good wicket for Chris, who's looks. I think this is his debut for England. Actually, I'll have to check with Chris Mays. I think it's his England over 40s debut this game. Looks in absolute fine nick. Oh, not much foot movement there, but there's a single there, just gone between the short extra and the point region. 1 more to the total, 154 is the score. Wales coming along nicely. The loss of 6 wickets. Got to build an innings again here. Nick Morgan, the man who's got to craft that for Wales. Oh, it's got a bit uppish, but it's going to fall short. Tom Rash is it long on, who's just come in, just a single. A little bit lucky there, Morgan, but no danger. There's quite a distance there to the fielder at long on. Nicely played by Rob Franklin there. That's the end of the over, so England starting to get through the overs here. As I'm pleased that you've rejoined us. on the live streaming. We just lost you for a little bit. The Wi-Fi, we're very Wi-Fi dependent, and as you can appreciate, if you haven't got the Wi-Fi, we can't provide the live streaming for you. $155 for 6. 36 overs, 9 to go. Richard Sims to continue with his right arm off spin, the far end. That's a good, he's just getting into a rhythm there now, I think, Richard. Takes a little while, as any spinner will tell you. Got to bowl overs. That's nicely hit. Great fielding there as well. Big-hearted man. He's got a nice smile on his face as he came back very smartly. Just down the leg side there. Easy. It looks as though that came off the pad. Yes, Bob Spats, the umpire for Wales, just signalling a leg bye there. Had a nice chat with Bob just before the game. We were reminiscing a little bit about the World Cup, and obviously looking forward to the next over 40s World Cup. Driven off the back foot. One more to the total, and one more for Rob Franklin. And the next over 40s World Cup, I think, is in the West Indies. So what a venue that will be. I think it's Barbados, although I don't think that's been formally announced by the IMC, so you heard it here first. A wide has been called. In all seriousness, I think it has been announced, but no details, I don't believe. And that's out. So a very smart catch there by Justin Bishop. Head height, a little bit shorter. Rob Franklin, was it? No, it was Nick Morgan, I think. Just looking to rock back on the back foot. Make good contact with it, but put it straight down the throat of Justin Bishop. So another wicket falls for Wales. 7 down now, and the score is 158. Seem to be having some fun and games for you on the live stream, I'm afraid, and that's all down to the Wi-Fi. $158 for 7 is the score. So we've had a few technical glitches. Not sure if you can hear me or not, but change bowling now. Just pulled onto the onside. Should be 2 runs there. Yeah. 2 more to the total. And that's just nicely played through the third man region. It's going to be 2 runs at least. Nicely pulled up on the boundary by Justin Bishop. .162 is the score. Greg Willett, his left arm over coming on. Oh, that just died a little bit. The new batsman from the far end is Roshan De Silva, who plays his cricket at Gwersholt, I think it is, Gwersholt Cricket Club. That's just gone back on that. It's just a single there. 1 more to the total. I haven't quite got my Welsh pronunciation right there. I think it's Gwersholt. Anyway, I'll give up. I'm making a right hash of that. So he's facing now, just taking guard there. A little bit wider there from Willett. All-rounder is De Silva. He certainly bowls his right arm off spin, as we've seen from previous encounters against England, and as a right-handed bat. No run there. Louis Asperling is the fielder there at point. Another over gone by. .163 is the score. That's 39 overs gone now. Nope, 38 according to the scoreboard. Apologies. Sort of flitting between the stream, and it's a full toss there, nicely driven there. Well picked up by Sean Park. Got that very charismatic and similar slide the two of them have. Used to seeing Sean Park behind the stumps, but Abid's doing a fantastic job today. Richard Sims a little bit fuller there, nicely played on the onside by De Silva, just a single. A little bit of a fight back here from Wales, 165. Not looking for the single there. That's well ran there by Rob Franklin and Silva. 1 more to the total. Just pushed to the offside. Got to keep the scoreboard moving here. Wales can't afford to let it get static. Good use of the feet there from De Silva. Played down to the long on boundary. As we get close to the end of the 45 overs. And that's a very nice shot there. Just dab that down. It's going to be certainly 2, if not 3 runs here. De Silva's pretty quick between the wickets, but just the 2 runs, and that's very smart fielding there from Greg Willett. Got a very good arm on him. De Silva thought about it. that was turned back. So as the sun starts to peek through these sort of leaden grey skies, no immediate threat of rain in the air, but England starting to get through their overs very quickly. Greg Willett's coming back on to bowl. 169 is the score. Rob Franklin is on 10 and Iroshan De Silva is on 2. They run there. Didn't quite push that wide enough of Willett to take a single there. Lovely to see also the bowls and Fagans Bowls Club are out to the side of us in their whites. Nice run there, that's certainly a single there from De Silva. Good running. Aspelin couldn't get round to that. A couple of the young girls taking the dog for a walk in front of me. And that's nicely placed down to the third man region, just a single. So another one to the total here. Wales keeping things ticking along. 171. De Silva is facing. Willett is bowling. Driven to the offside, not with a lot of power, so easily picked up by Peplow. One more to the total. 172. We're in the 40th over, so 5 more to go after this. Full toss and put away. So that's a very nice shot. Took full advantage of the full toss from Willett, who just palms the ground. He's disappointed with himself on that. So 4 more to the total for Wales. England got to be careful here not to let it get away from them. 176 for 7. Richard Sims to continue, Zimbabwean cricketer, schoolmaster at Norwich School, very fine all-round right-handed bat as well. Nicely driven on the offside by De Silva, just a single there. Sean Park, the fielder, comes round from mid-off. That's a really fine shot on the onside there, but Sean Heather's there, one bounce, collects, picked that up beautifully. Well, starting to cut loose a little bit. Could be a run out there. No, just gets back. Rob Franklin. A smart piece of fielding there from Sean Park. Quick pick up with one hand. England getting through these overs nicely. That's dabbed down. Greg Willett's the fielder there. One hand, left arm in, throw. Good cricket there. That's great bowling from Richard Sims here, really tying down the Wales batters. And that's gone a little bit up in the air. Just hit the foot, I think. And ricocheted to Sean Park. Just hit the foot of Louis Aspelin, who's at the short extra cover there. Ricocheted to Sean Park for a single. Oh, a lovely little short arm jab. Very wristy cricketer. Just a single there. England have got the fielders in the right positions here. Nice smile on the face of Richard Sims there. You can see that's a good over from England there. Just containing Wales at this very, very important stage of the game, as Greg Willett's coming on to bowl some more left arm. 180 is the score for 7 wickets. Rob Franklin is currently on, I think it's 17, and De Silva is on 6. A bit shorter, that's just pulled. That could be 2. No, Richard Sims very quickly round there. Good fielding from the 45-year-old there. No, that's great fielding. It's not a big boundary here, so Justin Bishop quickly around. Good throw there. As Sean Park just moves out to the deep mid-wicket region, sensing that to sort of put it in that region. Maybe looking to do that. 182. 42nd over. It's driven, and it's just gone under the body of James Duffy there. 2 runs to the total. That's well bowled by Willett there. Just slowed that down a touch. Wasn't there for the drive, and a nice check as well from Franklin. Again likes to drive the ball and drive it well. He does. And that's beautiful shot over the long off region. 4 runs. So show the full face of the bat there. Nice shot there from Franklin. Gets a little high 5 or a low 5 from De Silva. England just brought the James Duffy in from the long off, actually. So England have now got long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square, and deep extra. Now that's a little short arm jab, just a single there. Sean Park's very quick between the wickets, and that's just a single there. So 3 overs left for Wales. Certainly be looking to get past the 200 mark. 189 or 42 overs. Richard Sims to continue. And that's beautifully driven. Robbie Franklin has just driven that over the extra cover region. Smartly dealt with there on the boundary with the foot, but saved a certain 4. So 2 runs to the total. A bit shorter there, just played down through the 3rd man region. Just a single. Greg Willett, who could have taken a second there. Didn't look round quick enough there, I don't think. So De Silva is on strike. All the England fielders looking very sharp. Nicely taken single to long on. Sean Heather, the fielder there, moving at some pace now. The innings. It's a well-ran single, very well-ran single. There's one there all the time. They've just got to start quickly. As the sun just comes out, and that's very well played by De Silva, who just managed to make that into almost a Yorker. Used his feet. All balls come up in the air. That's well ran there by Robbie Franklin. It's a single every time there if they go straight away, which he did. That just turns over the strike. So the end of the over. 194 is the score. These two putting on a very valuable partnership. Robbie Franklin is on 29. And Erosion De Silva is on 8. So very good partnership here. Looks as though we may have a change of bowling. Looks as though Sean... No, it's not going to be Sean Part. It's going to be Tom Rash. Tom Rash is coming back. Sort of a bit of a hug round the shoulders there of Robbie Franklin. Big-hearted character, Tom Rash. Played a lot of NCCA cricket for Suffolk. So it looks as though he'll be looking to finish off his spell. He's actually coming from a change of end now, so he's bowled 2 spells from the far end, and he's now coming from the scorebox end, or the St Fagans end. Picked up by Bish, just a single there, ran through, so Erosion De Silva goes through for another single, looking very comfortable there, just using the pace of the ball. .196. That's well driven there by Robbie Franklin. Just a single though. Chris Peplow is the fielder there. Good left arm. Certainly very difficult unless it goes to the left or right of the fielder here to get 2. That's a very smart piece of keeping there from Abid, who's been very impressive today behind the stumps. Not had a lot to do off the edges, but it's looked very tidy. That's a really nice drive, but by De Silva. No equal to it. Just a single. So Tom Rash looking to finish off his spell. And the 44th over. He comes in past umpire Haynes, and that's gone off the edge, and that's going to be 4 runs, so 4 much needed runs for Wales there, and that takes them past the 200 now. So 202 is the score for Wales. It's a bit of a milestone there for Wales, just for the loss of 7 wickets. They play very well together, De Silva and Franklin, so 4 runs to Franklin. And driven beautifully. They're long on. James Duffy is the man out there. So one more to the total. Right, as we approach the last over of the game, Wales are 203 for 7. Richard Sims looks as though he's going to be the bowler to bowl the last over. Silver is on 11, and Robbie Franklin, who's played a sparkling innings, is on 35. Driven the ball well, and also pulled the short ball very well to the boundary. So let's see what he can do in this last over. He's going to have to go big for it now, and he's gone, used his feet. Be looking to, trying to push Peplow. He's just slight misfield there in the deep, but has recovered that beautifully. So just the one run, 5 balls to go. Tension starting to build here now. Richard Sims comes in. That's nicely played. Has it gone over the hand? Yes, it has. The outstretched hand of Aspling. Just a single though. Fine piece of fielding there. So one more to the total. 4 balls to go. Robbie Franklin facing. Where's he going to put this? And he's gone. And that's a great effort from Richard Sims. It looks as though it's going to be cut off, and that is again, look at that smart piece of fielding there. Sean Heather, who's been outstanding in the field. Apart from that one drop catch, he's absolutely snared everything. That's again a very good drive, but it's just to the fielder. So England containing Wales very well. 2 deliveries to go in the over, I believe. That long on and long off has been in business all day. That's really well bowled from Richard Sims. Great bowling. Just kept the right pace on the ball, just adjusted his length. .208, 1 ball to go in the over and the end of the Wales innings. And he's come down the track, has just gone straight to Aspling just for the single. So that's a really, really fine over there from Richard Sims. And that concludes the Wales innings. Finish, I believe, on 209, although I'm thinking the scoreboard is showing 208, so that's probably right and I'm wrong. So we'll show you the stats as the players come off, but a very fine innings from Eroshan De Silva and Robbie Franklin, and those players really put on a very fine display at the end to bring up the 200 milestone for Wales. So that's the end of the 45 overs. You'll get all the stats on the NV Play, and as England come in for a well-earned break, they know what they need to do after the interval. So we'll be back to resume England batting, and look forward to having you with us then. Testing 1 2 1 2. Well, good afternoon. We are back at St Fagans Cricket Club, where Wales are hosting England over 40s. So it's an IMC over 40s competition between Wales over 40s and England over 40s. England are batting. Wales made a very fine 209, and England need 210 in 45 overs to win this first game of the 2025 season in this IMC ODI. We've got a little bit of shake on the camera. We're starting, and it's going to be Duffy's just facing. He's the left-handed bat, James Duffy. Dylan McPhee is opening the bowling for Wales. It's his first ball. Not a very long runner, but very quick arm. That was a very fine innings from the Welsh batters. A couple of the batters got 50s. Qureshi batted beautifully, coming in at number 3. And I think the other batsman was... bear with me a moment. There's the rain's just coming down, so just mindful of the rain. No run there. It was Dan Rowe. Sorry, apologies for the lag there. Dan Rowe got a very fine 50 as well. Both batsmen got their 50s and then got out pretty much next ball. But good start here from McPhee, hitting the right spots, and that's very aggressively played onto the onside there by James Duffy. You've got a mixture of that sort of mizzle and then the sun just poking through. I'm not quite sure what it's doing. And that's nicely played. So first runs for England, just played down to the short third man region. Lovely ground here at St Fagans. Got the youngsters who are playing in the nets, got a very nice net facility there. And wicket's been a little bit up and down early on with the new ball. Needed a lot of careful attention from the Welsh batters early on, just to see off the English bowlers, who bowled very well and fielded well. Chris Peplow in particular bowled a very tidy, slow left arm spell. Took 1 wicket for about 20 odd. Tom Rash bowled beautifully as well in his 3 spells, as did Aaron Watson, Greg Willett and Richard Sims. So the end of the first over. 1 for no loss of wicket off 1 over. Sean Heather is going to be facing. He's the right-hander. Oh, it's James Duffy, sorry, who's obviously got the single. So Sean Heather is the batting partner for James. I'd like to give you a little bit of intel on the players that are playing and who they're playing for. James plays his cricket at in the Cheshire County Premier League, and he plays for Lindale Cricket Club. That's based in Wilmslow, and he previously captained the Cheshire County Cricket Club and Leeds Bradford UCCE. Also, I think a very decent rugby player as well. And Sean Heather plays his cricket at Middleton Cricket Club in the Sussex Premier League. Fine league that is. Also, always like the nicknames, as I was saying earlier when Wales were batting. And no surprise to you that Sean's nickname is Lucky, because his surname is Heather. And he also tells me it's Voldemort, I think. So that's probably through the hair. Oh, that's a full toss, and that looked like a no ball as well. Yep. Umpire has just signalled a no ball, so that's 4 as well. So it's a good start there for James Duffy. Put that away with a little nonchalance. Now, what's very impressive about Sean's batting, he's also a bowler, but he didn't bowl today, was he won the 2004 Coxford Club Cricketer of the Year award. Oh, that's a cracking shot from Duffy for 6 runs. He's placed that beautifully over the deep mid-wicket region. Just took one stride down the ground and punched that over the boundary. That was absolute class. Not a very big boundary here at St Fagans, probably about 65 to 70 yards, but just picked that up and effortless. And left. So Simon Jones is the bowler from, we'll call it the St Fagans end. Left arm over. We've seen a couple of left armers today. It's just getting into his stride, and that's nicely bowled. Good response there from Simon. Duffy is a very aggressive batsman, looking to get on the front foot all the time. We're in the first power play, and you have 3 outside the 30-yard. That's nicely played on the onside. That's going to run away. Could run away for 4. It's just picking up, actually. No, it's being chased down. So, very good fielding there. Just been chased down on the boundary. So 2 runs to Duffy. Yeah, going back to Sean, also played cricket in New Zealand for 5 summers. So Jim Morrison, have to check out your colleagues at Sydenham Cricket Club where he played. Enjoyed every moment of his time there. If any of your, any of the listeners from Sydenham Cricket Club in Christchurch, New Zealand, do drop us a line and wish Sean well. Played on the onside, no run. Okay, end of the over. That's the end of the second over. Score for England has moved on to 13. They've got to score 210 to win this first one-day international between England over 40s and Wales over 40s. James Duffy has got 13 of those 14. So Sean Heather is going to be facing the bowling of Dylan McPhee. Dylan plays his cricket at Blyth, I think is how you... Blyth Wells Cricket Club. Nicely played off the back foot there by Sean. Should be 2 runs. Takes those. There's quite a big gap there on the offside. No one in the point region Wales have decided or opted for one slip and well, it now looks behind point, so there's plenty of gaps between the point and the short extra. Played on the onside. Running quickly there. That's good running there by Sean, and well picked up. Well picked up by Simon Jones there, very quickly in. Rain's just started to drizzle again. We're not expecting any rain. Looking clear, but England will be looking to push along quickly. We'll change in the field here. Wales have decided to dispense with the slips early on. James Duffy just lets that one go. Hoping to be joined as well by a couple of the England players on the commentary. Oh, that's very well bowled. McPhee, it's got a good pace there. It went through quite a decent lick to the keeper. I think that's Robbie Marshall who's keeping today for Wales. Big shout, something there, both the keeper but mostly from the bowler. McPhee went up there, looked quite high. Wasn't given as a... Oh, I thought it was on the leg side, but it wasn't given, so he must have moved across his stumps. Good carry there to Robbie Marshall, wicket keeper there. That's very well bowled and nicely played by James Duffy. Looks a very solid, compact cricketer. That's the end of the over, end of the third over. And the score is 16 without loss. Yeah, I was saying earlier about Robbie Marshall. Plays his cricket at Bangor Cricket Club in North Wales and has represented Bangor for 24 seasons. So, key member of the Wales team here, and also of Bangor Cricket Club. Sadly for Wales, he didn't get the sort of runs that he's accumulated in Premier League cricket, which is over 10,000, but there were some really good stands from the Welsh batters at times when they could have easily collapsed, so it's impressive to see their resilience there. England have got it all to do though here. Sean Heather just lets that go by, and that's a wide. It's been given as a wide. Simon Jones just getting into his stride, and that's nicely played on the onside. Sean Morris, who's the captain today, and I must apologise for the commentator's curse, Sean, having said that you played a good knock and should get lots of runs today, having after that splendid 118 that you got back in 2003. Sorry, 2023, not 2003. So apologies for that. One more to the total for England. just straying a little bit here. McPhee. Sorry, James. Cricket Club, representing Wales today. He just lost his run up a little bit now. I don't know if he was thinking that Sean Heather wasn't ready. This returns to his mark. They run there for England. So good bowling here. They're very watchful there, Sean Heather. Only nicely closes out the over there, Jay. They run. Doesn't look as though he's putting a lot of pressure on the two batters here, Duffy and Heather. .21 is the score for the loss of no wicket. Duffy is on 13 and Heather is on 5. So it's a left-handed Duffy to face McPhee. That's nicely played and well bowled. Now I was talking about nicknames earlier. I have to say Dylan McPhee has to have the nickname Nanny, surely. Nanny McPhee. But maybe I'm wrong on that. Bowling really well here. Oh, good accuracy, good pace. Posing some difficulties for the English batters. One of the other things that's very helpful from a commentary perspective is seeing the numbers on the back of the shirts as well. It's also helpful if I can get a batting and a bowling order as well, but I'm not too worried about that because the scorers are right on top of that. Nice shot there by Duffy for no run, but really good bowling here from Dylan McPhee. Doesn't have a very long run up, but it all comes from the arm and his core. And that's just taken the outside edge down to the third man region. Simon Jones is the man down there who one bounce into the keeper. Another one to the total. 22 is the score. No real dramas here for England at the moment. Just trying to navigate the bowling and the new ball as well, using the pink, I think it's a Kookaburra ball that they're using. Normally do in IMC games, and it's shorter. That's a beautiful shot and a great piece of fielding there. Super piece of fielding there by the Wales fielder at the mid-wicket region. The cracking on drive there again for no run. They're not getting any purchase out of the Welsh bowlers at the moment. England pegged England back a little bit, so Sean Morris just rallying. He's got the ball in his hand, and yeah, the pink ball is seems to be the favoured colour ball. against the white sight screens. It's used in all the IMC fit down to the fine leg region. Just the single there. Bring Sean Heather to face. Very watchful there from Sean. Got a good solid forward defensive. Likes to play off the front foot, I would imagine. Probably like a lot of opening batsmen. Loves the ball coming on. And he's just put that down the leg side. Jones is going to run away for 4. So England very happy with that. Jones has just let that go down the leg side, and nothing that Marshall could do about that. Probably could have got across, but he's standing up, so he's got to be pretty nimble. Just a little bit loose here from Wales. Need to just sharpen it up and tighten things up. Nicely played by Heather for no run. These two will face each other in the Triple Crown, which is a wonderful competition being hosted by Scotland this year at Stirling Cricket Club. And talking of Scotland, I was very amused as Jones comes in, and that's nicely left. That's wide. So one more to the toto. I was very interested to hear, and I don't know if any of you, the listeners, are interested in podcasts, but listening to the Scottish over 60s podcast, Still in the Game. So I listened to it up to episode 4, and what a lovely advertisement for Scotland, who've just got IMC registration or accreditation. And listening to the two guys there, wow, it just shows how much hard work they've put into getting Scotland on the veterans cricket map. So well done to Kevin, and I've forgotten the other chap's name, but it'll come to me, so apologies. But yeah, I've really enjoyed listening to your podcast of how you set it all up, and also the sort of journey that Scottish cricket's been on, from the 40 club Scottish division, and obviously there's a Welsh division as well, the 40 club, and how that's morphed into veterans cricket for Scotland. And that's beautifully picked up. So that's 6 runs, just straight on the leg side there, Jones, and that was class from Heather. He just picked that up, punched it over the deep square region for 6 runs. So rain's just starting to come down a little bit harder now. England moved on. 29. Really, really nice shot that. Sean Heather just picked that up, punched that over into the trees on the leg side. There's quite a lot of trees over on that boundary. So they found the ball though, which is very good. So we've still got Dylan McPhee to continue, as Robbie Marshall just moves his helmet back a little bit further. James Duffy continuing as he goes down the wicket, and he just pops that over the top. Could be 2 runs. Yes, it looks as though it'll be an easy 2. Thought he was almost going to pull the ball there at one stage. He looked as though he was in 2 minds, but he's a very strong cricketer, as most left-handers are. Anything on the leg side goes. That was a good bounce there, and good pace as well. Nice response there from McPhee. England have moved on quite quickly to 37 for the loss of no wicket. Heather's on 11 and Duffy's on 17, sorry. No run there. Marshall quickly up to the stumps. It's a cracking shot for no run there. Straight to mid-off. What's interesting to see is the strength of the England side since the World Cup as well, and new players coming in add another dimension, sort of different dynamics as well, but certainly see the progression of England over 40s cricket and the standard getting better and better and better. No suggestion at all or implication that that wasn't strong before, but it's just finding the right combination of players and I mean, the way Chris Peplow bowled today was absolute class. He just showed how slow left arm bowling can be so effective in ODI cricket, especially at this age. And backed up by some very, very good medium pace bowling from the left armers, and even Sean Park bowled some very, very well. I think it was 2 overs, but when he did bowl, they were full, right at the toes, a bit like his brother Gary, who bowls very skiddy right arm medium paces as well. Right, looks as though we're going to have a change of bowling as the scores moved on to 37 without loss. So Wales thinking, we need a wicket here. Wales do have quite a lot of bowling in their armoury. I think this is Mark Thomas who is coming on, slow left arm bowler. No, he's got the right arm. Could be I'm entirely wrong on that account. I thought it was Mark Thomas, the left arm spinner from Penarth. A bit short of a length, but good pace on the ball. You probably can't see, but there's quite a lot of rain now coming down onto the wicket. A little bit wider there, no run. Nicely picked up by Atif Qureshi, who played an absolute masterclass in the Welsh batting. When a wicket fell early, he came in and scored a very fine 50. No run there. little bit shorter. Nicely played by Heather off the back foot there. No run. It's Johnny Hubschmid, who's the bowler here. And he plays for Cladach Cricket Club. I think I've pronounced that correctly for all you Welsh listeners, so hopefully I've got that right. Just off the back foot. This could be a quick run. It's going to fall, and he could be close. He was just in. That was a really good throw. Right behind it I was, and I saw it all the way. And just got his bat down, Duffy, in time. Umpire Spats was right on the money there. Watching that carefully all the way. To the left-handed Duffy, Wales have decided to have a deep square and a deep extra, and they've got a third man, so they've got their 3 out. End of the over, and a very fine first over from Johnny Hubschmid. 38 without loss are England. Off 8 overs. I'm getting the impression that his nickname is Hubby. Really enjoying our first day at St Fagans Cricket Club in this ODI. Had a lovely tea, very nicely set out and very well looked after. We have been here at St Fagans. I was trying to get a chat with the groundsman, but he'd prepared the track, and it looks as though that might be it's gone down the leg. No, he's saying it hit his leg. Sean Heather just looking back, suggesting that may have been a wide, but no wide given. Yes, there's a quick single there. Well round these two. Turning the strike over there. James Duffy to face. Good strong call there from Duffy. Yeah, what a one. Just going back to the over 40s World Cup. What a fantastic tournament that was. England had opening the batting Nick Compton. And one chap who has done a lot for England over 40s cricket on the commercial side, Steve Naylor, had a very good tournament as well with bat and ball. Plays his cricket at Datchet Cricket Club. And both him. Nick got quite a few runs. Obviously a classy right-hand bat. Supported well by others. Darren Stevens bowled very well. Didn't get as many runs, but bowled very well. And yeah, there was some good performances. England did very well in the group stage, but not enough to get through. And South Africa won that World Cup. And were very worthy winners, if my memory serves me correctly. I think the final was at Western Province Cricket Club. What a beautiful venue that is. If any of you have been to South Africa and played cricket. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. That's very well bowled by McPhee, just to end the over. .39 for the loss of no wicket, with Duffy on 17 and Heather on 13. Yeah, well, we call him Sir Roger Moult. He, the organiser, who actually, I think that was his third World Cup in the over 50s. Well, I'll go back a little bit, because in 2020 the over 50s World Cup was cancelled because of coronavirus. It was then reorganised for 2023, which he ran, and then he did the 2024 World Cup as well. And I cannot underestimate how much work Roger did for over 50s and over 40s cricket. It was an absolute sterling effort. He was seen by a lot of the England team, and in fact he got nicknamed Single, because obviously Single Malt, he was only seen on his own a lot of the time. And that's nicely played, no run. He did a wonderful job putting that on with a great team of helpers and team liaison officers. Very, very special people. I think the fact that the rand to the pound was also a very good exchange rate helped tremendously as well. No run there. This is good bowling from Wales, just pegging England back a little bit. The 10th over. That's very well. Good use of the foot there by Schmid. What he may lack in a little pace, he's certainly making up for with accuracy. He hasn't got a long on or a long off back, so he's working the line and the length well. Oh, that looks as though that may have been a drop down the leg side. There was a big ooh from the bowler. And the keeper, Robbie Marshall, head went skyward. Duffy facing, and that's played on, almost swatted through on the offside, no run. Sean Morris is the captain. He's at short extra, picked that ball up. So 10 overs gone, and the score is 40. James Duffy, who's the left-hander, he's on 17, and Sean Heather, the right-handed batter, is on 14. I was saying earlier, I think the the over 40s World Cup for 2026 is in the West Indies, so I would imagine a lot of the players are looking to save their holiday for that. And also there is a T20 over 40s T20 competition in Pakistan in December, which will be equally impressive. Right, new bowler. Looks as though it's going to be Dan Rowe. Right, batted beautifully, and is also a right arm bowler, so he's coming on. That's a lovely action, and very a quality all-rounder. Batted beautifully, stood up tall, smashed the ball hard through the mid-off region. And just looking at that run-up, I'm immediately thinking of Timmy Bresnan. Oh, he's dropped him. So a life for Sean Heather there. Hiroshim da Silva just putting that down. It went quickly. Got his hands to it. Yes, I was just saying, looking at Dan Rowe coming in there, he's got that sort of ambling Timmy Bresnan run up. but releases, and it's all from the shoulder. Wonderful to see. What a quality cricketer he is. Good pace as well. Really liking the makeup and look of the Welsh team. Here, got some very good batsmen, some good medium pace bowlers, and probably looking at Rowe, he's probably the quickest of all of them coming on first change. So it'll be interesting to see what they've got in the locker on the spin bowling front. It's nicely bowled. Little change in the field here. There's just to the left-handed Duffy, just pushing the man out to deep extra and bringing one across, leaving that mid-wicket region vacant. And that's very well bowled again. Port Talbot Cricket Club have got an absolute gem of a cricketer here at Wales over 40s level. And that's the end of the over, and a very fine over it was. First over, 41 for the loss of no wicket, England. 11 overs gone, so Wales pegging England back. Hubschmid to continue. Very fine attack here. All four bowlers so far have bowled very well. But equally, England, James Duffy and Sean Heather, have put together a really fine partnership here. They need to keep this going for England. Just a little change in the field here. Hubschmid just asking the man at fine leg to come into the ring. Hubschmid comes past that. That's good accuracy there from Hubschmid. It's turning out to a really fine contest between batter and bowler here. No quarter is being given by either, and just nurdled away there by Sean to the offside. Quick single, that's what they need to keep the board ticking over. Just looking at Sean Heather's movements or gesticulations, they're suggesting that the ball's just swinging away. So obviously he'll be coming into the left-handed Duffy. Still coming over the wicket. Looks as though there's a trap being set here. Just moving the square leg a little bit more mid-wicketish. That's nicely played down by James Duffy to the third man region, just a single. As England get close to the first 50 of their innings. .43 without loss. No run there, nicely played. James Duffy was looking for that, but Sean said no, and rightly so, there was no single there. Very good field placing here by Sean Morris for his bowlers. That's absolutely spot on, that sort of pace. Very difficult to get away as well. Nice to see Sean's father here and his son watching him bat. No run there. Again, not quite coming onto the bat well. You've just got to keep patient, these two. Keep building in innings. End of the over. 43 without loss. So another over goes by. 12 overs gone. Duffy's on 18 and Heather not out. Both not out. And Heather is on 16. Sean just putting Atif Qureshi back into first slip. He's a good distance back there. He must be a good 20 yards back, if not 22 yards. That's really well played by James Duffy. Lovely solid stroke there through the ball. Nice free-flowing action here from Dan Rowe. That's well fielded by De Silva there in the point region, just behind point. Appreciate you can't see everything on your screen, so I'm just trying to fill in the gaps for you. Great driven, nicely driven shot there from Duffy. No purchase there. Wasn't going to get past Morris. Another dot. Duffy's got to stay focused here, not let it get to him. He's not scored for a little while, but he needs to just keep his patience as Rowe comes in. A little bit shorter. That's very well bowled as well, just varying his length nicely. Goes past the outside of the edge and edge of the bat. Robbie Marshall there. Took that. Bit of a southpaw, I think, as a keeper. Which you don't see often, actually. Oh, that's come back. There's a big shout from the keeper, but must have been doing quite a lot. I didn't think the bowler was interested there. Looks a good shout though, looking at on the replay. Sean Heather to face. And that's well played. End of the over. It's a really good over there from Dan Rowe. As he takes his sweater. And another over goes by. So 13 overs gone. 44 for the loss of no wickets. So Wells starting to pull things back here. Couple more overs in the bag to 15 and then do it in fives. England have then got a reasonable number of runs still to get. Still very much well within their reach, but can't afford to lose wickets in that run chase. 44 for no loss of wicket after 13. Hoopsman to continue. There's a little across the line there from Duffy, but very strong, well watched. Robbie Franklin is the fielder there down at deep mid-wicket, who had a very good innings as well. I think he was in at the end, got a good 30 odd. That's taken the edge. 1 run, down to third man. Nicely behind it, Duffy there. Very correct back foot defensive shot. It looks as though that may have come off the pad, but just wait to see what the umpire's call is here. One more to the total. That's really good bowling from Hubschmid. He's got his fielders in the right place and he's bowling a really, really good length. Keeping things really tight for Wales, not letting Sean Heather and James Duffy any purchase. It's a fantastic shot from Sean Heather that brings up the 50 for England. The rasping drive over the extra cover region. Perfectly driven over the infield. So 4 runs and 4 more to Sean Heather's total. Both players are on 21 now. So that was a bit of a release shot for Sean. Very well controlled though. Back on it now. The timing that James Duffy's getting on the ball is incredible, and it's not going past the fielders. Again there, that's a beautiful shot, and it's going to be a single. Oh, Duffy has taken out the umpire. Bob Spats has managed, he's probably seen the funnier side of it, but I think Duffy's hurt himself here in the running. So, Bob Spats just being helped to his feet there. Great piece of fielding there from the mid-on region. He ran into a brick wall there, Bob Spats. He was up on his feet. Yeah, evergreen septuagenarian.
Bob's an ice hockey man, that's nothing to him.
No, he's an ice hockey man. I've heard, yeah. Yeah. They like their ice hockey down in Wales. Well, both player and umpire are up on their feet having a bit of a laugh. James Duffy got taken out by the umpire. I'm sure we can write a nice caption to that. .52 is the score. I hope you get to see that on the live stream. That was funny. In comes Rowe. Oh, that's just gone past the outside edge there. A little tentative from Heather there. There is a little bit of up and downness with the wicket. Just seeing anything that's a little bit fuller, just tend to keep a little lower, and anything shorter is just rearing up a little bit. So not easy for the batsman here. Something in it for the bowler, which is good. Just played round the corner. No run there. In the 15th over now, coming up to the end of the first power play. Oh, that's a cracking shot, and that's 4 runs. Sean Heather's just picked that up. One loose ball from Rowe, and that's gone. Nicely picked up by Sean Heather there on the leg side. No fielder out there. Nice and clean and crisp. That's well bowled. Nice reply there from Rowe. And end of the over. .56 without loss. Tell you a little bit about the fixtures that are coming up. England's next game is against Ireland, and they are playing at High Wycombe Cricket Club, and that's on the 10th of June. So do come along and watch if you're in the area. Wales' next fixture is on the 13th of June against the MCC in West Wales. Grounds still to be confirmed, but keep your eyes peeled on Instagram or the Wales Veterans Cricket website. It was played out there onto the offside by the left-handed Duffy for a single. England then play India in 2 games on the 3rd of July and the 10th of July. The 3rd of July is at the beautiful ground of Hammerwich Cricket Club in Burntwood, which is in the Midlands region, and the 10th of July game against India is at Datchet near Slough. That's nicely bowled. Been really impressed with Hubschmid. He's bowled a really good line and length. Doesn't have as much pace as Rowe, but he's using the line and length well. Just putting the odd quicker ball. He's obviously doing a little bit with the ball as well. Excuse me. And the field is set perfectly for him. England are playing in the Triple Crown at the end of July against Scotland, Wales and Ireland. Ireland are very strong at over 40s cricket. Really strong. England have yet to beat them at over 40s cricket. And on the 21st of August they have the Lions fixture versus the MCC. That's 1 more to the total for Sean Heather. It just goes down to the 3rd man region. And then to wrap things up for England, they have a double header on a T20 on the 3rd of September against Wales at Hammerwich again. So that's England's schedule. Delighted to say that I'm being joined by 2 of the England over 40 cricketers here. I've got Tom Rash to my right and Abid to my left. So gentlemen, how's it gone so far? Have you enjoyed it?
Oh, it's been great, mate. What a great start to our batting innings from these 2 guys. Great shot.
Look at that. That's just planted over long on for 4 runs, 1 bounce.
Wouldn't mind the sun coming out.
Yeah.
The sun will be great.
Yeah. And how's the wicket played?
I think it's changed a little bit. I think early on this morning when we were bowling it was quite tacky, and the new hard ball came onto the bat quite nicely. It was in our innings, the slow bowlers had a lot more success with pace off and whatnot. Now I think that the pitch has dried out a bit. I think it's coming on quite nicely. And the two lads batting at the moment are benefiting from that.
Yes.
With pace on the ball.
Yes. I've been very impressed with the Welsh bowling. This lad, I think it's Dan Rowe.
Yeah, it's a nice bowler.
He's bowled well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And he batted beautifully as well.
Batted superbly, yeah.
Yeah. Looks a very good all-rounder. Probably one of the younger 40-year-olds, isn't he, in the
I think he's
Wells side?
There's me, I think he's
Is he?
41, yeah.
41.
And played for Leicestershire, Somerset, as his dad just told us.
Right. Okay. Well, you
Been
can
around
see
a
that.
bit. And he's a proper player.
Yeah. No, I was likening his run-up to Timmy Bresnan. That's a nice shot on the offside there. So Sean Heather adds to his total.
Shout, Tony. Tim Bresnan.
Do you like that? He's he's bounding in on his toes.
Yeah.
And he's got a lovely action there, but a great all-rounder. So you can see the quality that he's got. England just starting to find the gaps a little bit now as the field moves round. Slips come out.
Come out of the power play as well. So
Yes.
allow another fielder out.
Did when you were talking to his father, did he say anything about Dan's career there, or how much he's played, or?
No, not really. He just said that he'd had more time at Leicestershire, and then had a couple of seasons by Somerset and Middlesex. So,
Right.
Yeah. He said his
more of a bowler than batter.
Leicester career coincided with the cold patch years.
Okay.
Which is where he struggled.
Yes. Yes. Just to get in the side.
To get in the side, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks a very talented cricketer, and one that we'll see a lot of. And I mean that pace that's good. That's a good pace. I don't know how you found that when you were bowling, Tom, the pace on the wicket. I mean, it seemed to be coming through nicely to you, Abid.
I think the ball was carrying pretty well. There was only one or two that stayed low, but for the most part, the carry was pretty good.
Yeah. There's another chap in the Welsh, in the over 50 side. He's just sort of got into that age bracket called Bukhari, Ali Saeed Bukhari, and he is absolute quality as a cricketer, as an all-rounder, and I can see Dan Rowe being in that category as well for the over 40s.
It's good. The quality of the cricketers in this age group is very good.
Yes.
A lot of us are still playing decent cricket, which makes a difference.
And where are you playing your cricket, Abid?
Playing at Alton in the Southern Premier League.
Great.
Good fun.
Yep. A strong league?
Yeah, pretty strong. With same league as Rob Franklin.
Yep. Yep. That's good. That's good. Right, scores moved on. 67 without loss. Good start by these two. It's a nice left-handed and right-handed combination, isn't it? Yeah. Both very assertive. He hits the ball hard, doesn't he?
Yeah.
James Duffy. He's all very opportunistic in his shot making.
Duffy can be a real nightmare to bowl at.
Yeah.
Although not played against him on the cricket pitch in the nets, he can make you feel very inadequate as a cricketer. And, just coming off for a drink at the moment, but from our point of view, we don't really want any of these showers to get on the pitch.
No.
There's a chance that one of these rain squalls could come through and just make the pitch a bit more sporting. So these two guys have got in. It's up to them now to carry on and
do the job for England. Yeah. What was it quite firm underneath? I mean, from here.
It's dry enough underneath.
Yeah.
It is dry enough underneath. It was just a bit tacky early on, but.
Just gripping a little bit in the wicket when when the seamers take the pace off.
Yes.
It's just gripping and spinning a bit. But there's enough there. It's a pretty good cricket wicket.
Yes.
In my view. There is a bit of a sort of a mud patch just behind the stumps there, which makes the run-ups quite interesting. But other than that, I think it's played pretty well.
And the ball's pretty hard, and it stays hit with these pink Duke balls. They're quite.
It is a Duke, is it? You play with?
Duke, yeah. And they stay hard. It does fly to the boundary pretty well.
Right, looks as though we've got a change of bowling here, and it's going to be Roshan De Silva with his right arm off spin. I think he bowled last year in the fixture against England. Bowled very well. Batted well at the end today as well. They had a couple of good partnerships, didn't they?
Yeah.
Wales
Yeah.
took it deep into the 200.
Yeah, there was one stage where we thought actually we'd quite like to keep them to under 200, but the guys came out at the end and hit the gaps quite hard. So.
Ken Ray said he was very grateful for the mention of Scotland.
Here he goes, first ball. It's a full toss, just played onto the onside.
It's a pretty friendly start. That.
It is. Yes, I think I'd like that sort of start actually. Yeah. You might have to cozy up to us a little bit, Abid.
Yeah.
It's just I'm not. Come and grab a seat.
Yeah, that's the only thing with the rain. It might be a bit difficult for the off spinners to grip it.
Yes.
Certainly, our spinners bowled really nicely, and the pitch was the right. Bowling slow was the right pace for the pitch.
Yes. Good. Well, we were talking about Scotland cricket, and I know we're at the England Wales fixture here, but Scotland over 50s are playing England over 50s on Sunday 8th of June at Lansdowne Cricket Club in their inaugural over 50s game. So that's going to be a milestone in Scotland seniors cricket, and I shall be there to watch that and commentate on that, so looking forward to that. A little bit shorter, that's come down to cover that. So it's nice to see a lot of new players coming into veterans cricket. As we know, it's growing massively, isn't it? How do you keep spreading the word amongst your players? How do you know or get to know about England cricket and what seniors cricket is all about?
I guess it's just through the network. For me, it was partly MCC, but also people like Qureshi and others that I saw, and they said, "Oh, you should come along to the trial days," and then you get the opportunity. It's brilliant fun.
Yeah,
it really is. It's just
similar for me. The word gets around. There's quite a few guys in our league that still play at 40 plus. And,
Yep.
I think there's 5 of us from the APL here today.
Yes.
I think when you see Bish and Parky, who went to the first World Cup, having such a great time, it makes you want to be involved.
It's infectious, isn't it?
Yeah, very much
yeah.
so, yeah.
And the cricket's good.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a really good standard of cricket.
Talk about
A
misfield.
little bit of a misfield there. Well, I have a commentator's curse.
You're 100% right. The standard is great.
Yeah.
Guys are still very skillful.
The only thing that tends to go, Tom, is a little bit in the field. Just that movement in the field. But the bowling's still, got the pace, accuracy, and the batting. Well, as you can see from these two batters, they're manoeuvring the ball around beautifully, aren't they?
Don't you go commentators cursing them?
Oh no. Well, I've got to say something sometime. But poor old Sean Morris, the Welsh batter, I absolutely crucified him and put the commentator's curse on him. Sadly,
in fact, he probably got the ball of the day. In fairness,
he did. It nipped back beautifully, didn't it?
That hit the top of middle stump. That was
it?
Yeah, it was a super goal.
You had the best seat in the house for that.
Yeah. Just top of middle stump straight into my shoulder. There you go.
Fantastic.
Right, this is Rob Franklin.
So change of bowling. Yep.
Rob Franklin.
Yep. Plays his cricket at Saresbury Athletic Cricket Club. Here's Aaron just coming round. Or is that Wagner? Neil Wagner. Got the little one in the arms. Not going to drop that one. We hope.
Great story how she got her name as well.
Yes. Would you like to embellish that?
Apparently named after Sophie Eccleston, is that right?
Yeah, so we
we didn't have a name for her at the hospital on the Sunday. So
Oh, lovely.
turned on the iPad and got some cricket, and Sophie Eccleston got Sophie Devine Stomp, like the first ball that we saw, and our big wife was also called Sophie, so it's like, well, it's got me, hasn't it?
Brilliant.
Absolutely.
What a lovely story, Aaron. Will she be bowling left arm? Or will it...
Almost.
Yeah, it's in the genes.
Brother's a left armer as well.
It's in the genes. That's nice off spin. Nicely played by
Shot,
Duffy.
great shot.
Yeah, great shot.
That's a
Got
super
past
shot.
the outfielder there. He's going to run away. No, he's just going to pick it up. 3 runs there, so that's very
Good
well
work,
ran
Duff.
by Duffy. Brings Sean Heather on to strike. Both of these players moving on nicely through the gears. That was a lovely, classy shot there. And Sean Morris gave chase there, the captain for Wales, who's just now redirecting the fielders for the right-handed Heather. Lovely to see a lot of the young children as well here today in the nets and playing on the outfield. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Straight down the ground. That's a really nice shot from Sean Heather. Used his feet well. Head was down and just played through the shot. So
Tells you it's a good pitch now.
does look like that, doesn't it? I'm sure we're going to see a little bit of a change in field placement here. Right arm bowling. Coming up. And what, gents, what do you think about the World Cup in 2026 then in the West Indies? Are we working hard to?
Dream, I think.
Yeah, it's a dream, isn't it?
Everyone's pushing themselves to try
Yep.
and get into that side.
Into that squad and.
Yeah. Working hard.
So there's this season and obviously next season as well, but everyone's keeping themselves fit. Wonderful. What a nice way to... I don't know when it is actually. Is it at the end of the season next year? I'm sure Chris will know who's behind me, but that would be lovely, isn't it? Yeah, full season and then go to the West Indies. Oh. You're going to have to find someone to sort the farm out, though, Rashi.
You can almost taste the rum as it happens.
You can almost taste the rum. Yeah. Oh, they do like a rum. Yeah, a beautiful place. And that's the end of the over. So England moving on nicely here now. Just checking the score. 78 or 79. Apologies. 78 on the scoreboard. 79 on the live stream. But no, the main thing is no wicket has been lost for England so far. Heather's on 39 and Duffy's on 31. Have you played at all, gents, in the Caribbean?
I was lucky enough to go on the school tour actually.
Okay.
A long time ago now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went on a school tour in my. I was in lower six, Barbados.
Okay. Smashing, yeah.
Yeah.
I would have thought you're both MCC members. This must be high on the list of next MCC tours that you can go on.
Well, Rash is in charge of tours, so there you go.
I'll pitch it to the committee.
Yeah.
No, never played in the Caribbean.
The silver continuing. Good use of the feet, and nice and very smartly stopped there by De Silva. Seems very good humoured out there, and there's a lot of smiling. And I know it's hard cricket. You're playing hard cricket, but it's played in a really good spirit.
Definitely, I think when we were bowling, there was a couple of instances where umpires made
Good
slight
shot.
mistakes on wides where it just clipped the batters' pads
Yep.
and stuff. And the batters were good enough to turn around and tell the umpire that no, actually I've hit it. It's not a wide,
Yes.
and they revoked their decision. And
That's good.
it just shows a good bit of
The sportsmanship. Yeah. That's really one of the things that the IMC are very keen on. Sterling Hamann, who's the chairman, is very big on that spirit of cricket, and I think that runs through. That's like, you know, something you move from club cricket where it's always there, but it's maybe.
Don't get me wrong, we're still playing the game
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah, sure.
And
Oh no,
each
absolutely,
individual
yeah.
delivery is taken very seriously, but in between, I mean, we've played against quite a lot of these guys in the past, and you've made friendships over the years, and it's nice to still have a joke and a laugh in between.
Absolutely, yeah. No, that's one thing that came across to me. It was a really good run there. Just played onto the onside from Duffy. Was that spirit, and that was nice to see. This is the 20th over, so we're having drinks around about 22 overs. Good use of the feet, and there's a man down there. It might just get over the top. There's 6 runs. That's a great shot from Sean Heather. Good use of the feet, came down the track, and long on wasn't far enough.
Great option with the wind. Take long on. He's got a bit of wind behind him. Using the momentum with his footwork and clean hit. Great shot.
I didn't think he was going to quite get there. He just looked as though he was reaching, didn't he? But he got there right in the end, and lovely to see. It was almost in unison, that cry of no. But end of the over. So England move on very smartly now to 87 without loss. I see Sean Heather's father's here, his son. I wonder what that's like. You haven't, I've had that privilege of watching my son play cricket, and it is the worst experience that you can ever have as a parent, because you're thinking, no, you only want them to get runs, not get out. And,
I can't watch my son. He's only 12, and
when
he plays for Hampshire, I can't.
So how do you find that?
I just walk around the boundary, constantly walk around the boundary, get told off by my wife. Sit down. I can't. I just carry on walking around the boundary.
Well,
but then I also don't want him to look at me, and I don't want him to have to look to me for justification. Let him play his own game and let him enjoy it. Is the most important thing for me.
Let me tell you, it gets harder as they get older. Because you don't mind it when they get out. It's when they're in the 15s. So he's with Hampshire in the pathway?
Yeah, in the under 12s.
Lovely.
Under 12s, under 13s, yeah.
Good. That's a great pathway. My son played at Gloucestershire, and it was very well done. I mean, obviously there's always things they can do better. They run there. Duffy just plays that out to the extra cover. But there's always, they're evolving. I think one of the things that I would say is that it's making sure that, and that's a beautiful shot on the onside. Just nicely swept for 4 runs by Duffy. Pushes him on to, he's on to 46. No, apologies. He's on to 32. Heather's overtaking him. And that's a lovely shot. Maybe just the fast bowling. That's the one thing with some of the pathway. The specialist coaching.
In what way? That they don't bowl enough, or
just getting the techniques right and the run-ups, and there's 2 more to the total. They seem to have a lot of batting coaches and slow bowling coaches, but getting specialist fast bowling coaches, I don't know how they're doing that.
I coached in the Hampshire pathway. I coached a lot of the keepers. One of the things I was on at them for to get some lads that you can see have got good actions that would benefit from an extra session or 2 with a proper bowling coach. If you can get hold of them at 12, 13, I just think that there's so much that you can do to get them take them to that next level, because it is so technical.
Very much so. And
I unfortunately, as good a coach as anyone is, unless you've bowled fast, it's difficult to understand the nuance of it.
Well, that's nice to put a bead, and much better than I could put it. But that's exactly what I saw, which was maybe a need. But it's a nice reverse sweep, and that's going to be a beautiful shot there for 4 runs and a very fine 50. So well batted, Sean Heather.
Great chances knock, I think.
Yeah.
You should definitely get his dad in to talk to you at some point.
Timed it beautifully, hasn't he?
Yes. 64 balls, I believe, for that 50. And you'll see a very nice replay here of that lovely reverse sweep. Played some cricket in New Zealand as well, so a lot of the lads over in New Zealand, I know some of the over 40s cricketers there will be watching on. I think he played at Sydenham, if my notes are correct. Sydenham Cricket Club, not in South London. So I'll find that and we can confirm that. I know, there's a lot of notes there, don't worry, you can speak. The hardest thing is reading the notes when the wind is coming at you. Right, we're still carrying on with the silver.
Incredibly well prepared, Tony, I have to say.
Well,
unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm trying to do my best. As you know, I'm a volunteer, and there's a lot that goes in as well for Chris as well on the match management side and just setting up the camera, which we've obviously got above the sight screen. So it's something that we've got to develop, you know. And it's great having you co-commentating as well, because it's a big gig if you're doing 90 overs on your own, and I love to have other people coming in and getting involved. So that's a lovely shot on the onside. Yeah,
that was a shot that they didn't really play.
And we offered it.
We
left the gap open. They didn't want to play it.
Okay.
I was trying to coax the batters to play a sweep, but they didn't really want to do it.
Okay, so, that's good. Yeah.
I think that probably shows that the pitch has changed a little slightly as well, and that you can play more cross-batted shots. Whereas I don't think when they were batting you could. I think
it was jagging around a little bit more. Was it?
When Peps was bowling, it was spinning and ragging and sticking in the wicket a little bit.
Right.
More.
He bowled well.
Oh,
fantastic.
You know, unbelievable control.
Yes. And I don't believe he's playing for a club at the moment, so he's actually coming back to bowling from having played, you know, a huge amount of NCCA cricket.
He'd tell you he's got 500 schoolboy wickets this year.
Schoolboy wickets.
Schoolboy wickets.
No, he was class, and that control,
unbelievable control.
It was just good to see.
It was fun keeping to him.
Kind of the reason why Berkshire was so successful throughout 2010s, and they won pretty much everything in the NCCA, and Peps was a massive part of that team, and one of the main protagonists, shall we say?
Yeah.
He was always the guy that you'd always fear if you were playing Berkshire, and rightly so. What a player.
And Steve Naylor, I think, plays as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
He bowls off spin, plays for Datchet as well.
Correct. Naylor's played a little bit for Berkshire, too great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think Peps is that left arm option as well, which
yes,
is so
just going away from the bat. But that's the end of the over, so Erosion to Silver. Perhaps another one up for Wales. That's the end of the 22nd over. We've gone past the 100 mark, so 101 without loss. Great start by England. Still a lot of work to do. Don't want to lose wickets now. Still plenty of batting all the way down for England.
One over before drinks, I think, probably.
Yep, 23. Well, hopefully, gents, as the season progresses, I'll see more of you as well. Doing commentary as well. So one more over before drinks. 101 for the loss of no wicket. Duffy's on 42 and Sean Heather's made a majestic 50. Duffy's certainly due a 50 here. But there we are, I've said it. That reminds me of that Mark Nicholas and Shane Warne, and he's never got 100 in the 90s. Don't say that, says Shane Warne. The great.
Well, you've got two witnesses here, so it does happen.
2 runs to the total there. And well fielded. ball comes hard off the bat, doesn't it? They're picking it up well. It seems to be in the outfield. Is it quite easy to pick up the ball? It's not bobbling or...
No, it's all right. I think it
hand?
helps that it's pink as well. I think the pink ball is a lot easier to see.
Right, okay. That is an IMC requirement, and do you think that's a positive for whether you're bowling? The pink ball. I mean, as a bowler.
Personally, Tony, I said it all along. Actually, I think the 40s should mirror exactly what happens in the real stuff.
Okay.
I actually feel like we should play 50 over cricket and
right. Okay.
And 10 over power
with a
play.
white ball.
With a white ball, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess the one thing with the pink ball here is you don't have to have the side screens with the black backdrop, do you? So you'd have to pick your clubs as to where you're going to play that could accommodate that. But I
think the 50 over.
That's a cracking shot. What a shot that is from James Duffy. Just leant into that. Beautiful, through the offside just before the drinks break, and that brings up the score to 103 without the loss. So we're going to have a short drinks break here. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and I'm really pleased that you've heard from Tom Rash and Abid Janam Mohammed. If I've got that wrong, almost. Apologies, but thank you. No, thank you, gentlemen, for your fantastic commentary, and bring them back, we'll bring them back. Okay, we're back on, and I'm delighted to be joined by Chris Peplow, or Peps. Welcome, Peps.
Good afternoon. It's a good point in the game, just here after drink. Seeing us 107 without loss, these two have put on a really good foundation. Hopefully they can get greedy here and double up for some hundreds and see if it over the line.
Yes. Well, you have got the voice for commentary.
I'm not sure about that.
No, you've definitely got the voice, and it's good to listen to your thoughts. I thought you bowled very well.
That's very kind.
When was the last time you bowled in a league game or any sort of a game?
So it would have been last September for the mighty Wokingham CC.
Okay.
Just as we got relegated out of the home counties
Oh.
Prem, so it was a sorry way to finish, but it's nice to dust off the cobwebs today and
Yes.
and put on the shirt for the over 40s
Yeah.
and come and play at the lovely St Fagans.
It is. It's a beautiful ground here. So we've just, after the drinks break, England are 107 without loss, and they have got to get 210 to get past Wales as another left armer comes on. Nice flight, and just easily played on the onside there to the long on. So how do you keep the control? What's the secret of your success in terms of bowling? Because it's easy to lose, isn't it? You would, or maybe it isn't easy to lose for you. But
for me, just years and years of repetition, and God knows how many overs.
Yes.
And just I was coached by John Embry back in the day, and he was a miserly operator,
Yes.
and it was almost conceding a run was it was a painful thing for him. Then I sort of adopted that sort of approach, and the bowling's sort of there through muscle memory. Is
Yes,
the batting
yes.
I struggle with a bit more these days.
Okay. James Duffy facing. It's just nicely played onto the onside. Should be just a single there. And of course, Phil Edmonds as well. Did you get to have any coaching from the great Phil Edmonds?
No,
the left
he was
armer?
a little bit before my time.
Okay.
So obviously Tough was the
Yes.
main left arm spinner. So I got my break due to him going on Celebrity Get Me Out of Here. So I can thank him for
Yes.
my first ever contract. Wanted to go and be victorious in the jungle, so I got him to thank for a bit.
For which he was very successful.
Yeah.
And has gone on to many things. I think he's been in every sort of reality show that you can think of, whether it's cooking or in the jungle. So another run to the total there.
I join him as a pundit on the BBC as well.
He's great, isn't he?
He's a lively character.
Yeah. Do you listen to a lot of Test Match Special and?
I'm old school like that.
Yep.
I like to
Okay.
listen to it on the radio, especially when you spend a bit of time in the car. I think it's nice how people can paint such wonderful visual pictures using their words.
Yes.
And I just enjoy some of the old school presenters that are on the programmes.
Yeah, they're very good, and they do it very eloquently.
A lot better than I'm doing right now.
Well, no, you're doing very well. And we also had in the England over 40s in Cape Town one of your old compatriots from Middlesex, Mr. Compton.
Yeah, I saw that. I spoke to him recently. He was due to come over here, but I'm not sure whether he's decided against it because he had a nasty ankle injury.
Right.
So he's a little bit out of action. But I mean, I spent many a time in the dirt with Compo, fantastic cricketer, and somebody who went on to achieve obviously at the highest level.
He did.
Fine player.
Yeah. And a very good commentator. I think he was looking to get into some commentary. Actually, he did some. You'll be probably not surprised to hear this, but in Cape Town we played at Claremont Cricket Club.
Beautiful spot.
And I think Chris is behind me in the box, but I think it was against Australia. And we were like 6 metres up on this swaying scaffold. And you know Claremont's got the two grounds, one at the lower end, and Yorkshire were playing Warwickshire in a warm-up game, and so they got the England over 40s on the top ground, the Jacques Callis Oval. And Nick came up, and it was fantastic to, have a bit of time with him, because it was a nice insight to what, his sort of mental process is when he's playing cricket. And as he's gone off the game, he's got back into it. But I don't know if he's going to stay back in the cricket or whether that was just a one-off, really.
I think he did quite well as well, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He scored some runs. Probably not as many as he would have liked. Maybe a couple of soft dismissals, but it was great to have him, and I think the lads around as well enjoyed his company.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the extra
well
stuff.
Steve-O.
Yeah, enjoy the extra stuff he can bring as well as his
totally.
cricketing sort of prowess. You know, his tactical knowledge, and like I say, just to be on the field with someone like that,
Yes.
going to raise the spirits of everybody else in your team, isn't it?
Absolutely.
He's a good guy. He's an intensive character with a huge work ethic, so there's no surprises to me that he went on to achieve the things he did in his career.
That's a very nice run there, James Duffy just dropping that, and that's his his 50. So a really good 50 there in 77 balls. Nice to see him. He's played very well, hasn't he? Hit the ball hard and just very clinical.
Typical left-hander, looks very gracious. Got some lovely hands and balance. He's given himself a chance, put away the bad ball, and a much-deserved 50 there.
Oh, that's taken and put over. It looks like it's going to be a 4.
Fine
just going to get there. So Sean Heather just adding 4 more to the England total there.
Picked his spot beautifully there. The off-spin.
Just looking for those gaps. He does that very well, doesn't he? I mean, that 60 hit down there. Just use the pace, and the wind assisted.
Don't want to put the curse on it, but they seem to have got the pace of the wicket.
They're stepping on the gas now. Another 4 runs to the total there.
A little bit more agricultural, that one, but
might come more in my repertoire.
A bit more of a shovel to leg side, that one. Not quite as cleanly struck, but it's got across the line.
Yeah, very effective. No, it's good to see a lovely opening partnership, and the 2 batters look very well. Syncopated in the way that they run together. Left and right-handed combinations good. Of course, these guys are not batting with each other on a regular basis. So running, you've got to learn, haven't you, to run with guys that you're not playing with
I'm not
regularly.
sure if these people have ever batted together before, but you know, experience, isn't it? You know, these guys have played for a long period of time.
Absolutely.
And,
like there's easy single,
played in all different conditions.
Yep.
And they'll be tapping into all of that knowledge right now.
Yes. Now we must give a shout out, not must, but to Ken Ray with NV Play, who's listening in. And I was talking about Scotland seniors and how they've just been accepted into the IMC, which is the International Masters Cricket, which is obviously the I was going to say like the holding company, but the umbrella organisation. And England over 50s are playing Scotland over 50s on Sunday, June the 8th at Lansdowne Cricket Club in Bath in their inaugural 50s cricket. And cricket in Scotland is really growing, as you know. I mean, I don't know if you've played cricket in Scotland, but they have an absolute pedigree of cricket and cricket clubs in Scotland.
Do you know what? I haven't ever had the privilege of playing up in Scotland. I'm hoping to go up to the Triple Crown.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
A bit later on in the summer. I think it's back end of July.
That's it.
Up in Stirling, so that will be a nice box to tick. I played against a few Scottish boys in my time. Munsey, I think big left-hander, played for Oxfordshire. I think he's still in the setup. Powerful player. And Davey, I think, who's down at Somerset. I think he was a Scottish boy as well. Was in the Middlesex setup a long time ago. So they do produce some good cricketers, and obviously was it Hamilton from all those years ago?
Yes.
Who then crossed over and played a bit for England, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah, absolutely.
So it's good for them. I'm happy for them. Yeah. Rightly so.
Yeah, he's got some beautiful grounds. I do remember one in particular called the Grange, where I think England played Scotland and they suffered the defeat, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
I'll bring that up for the Scottish so that they can dine out on that. But
well, we don't mind losing to the Minnows. We've lost to Ireland a few times as well, haven't we? So.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Well, in the over 40 category, England haven't beaten Ireland, and that just shows you the depth of strength, I think, in 3 previous outings, England haven't beaten Ireland at all.
Another country that's getting it right and producing some fine players, which is great. You know, you want sort of all the countries in and around sort of England and United Kingdom to play, you know, competitive stuff, and and England tends to seem to benefit from it. You know, with Morgan and Joyce and the like over the years. Boyd Rankin as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Big old Boyd.
Incredible. Yeah. Moving nicely on. 125, I think, now is the score. These two looking very settled and comfortable. We were just saying before we came on air, John Lyons School. That's where you were.
The privilege of being head of cricket at John Lyons School.
Yeah.
A job that I thoroughly enjoy. Very cricket enthusiastic school.
Yes.
We're only a small school. Currently, sort of gone co-ed for the last 4 years, so sort of number of boys is dwindling, but that hasn't sort of diminished the enthusiasm for the sport. So it's we're in the thick of it at the moment. We're just at half term, and when we come back, it's going to be a busy 5.5 weeks to see us out to the summer holidays. But it's a job that I thoroughly enjoy, and I'm lucky to be able to pass on any knowledge I've got to those aspiring young cricketers that we have within the school.
Wonderful. Yeah, it's wonderful. Right, you've got a it's still the same. Yeah.
Is it still the offie?
Jones.
Yes.
Yeah, still bowling with that right arm off spin. These two looking very settled. Using their feet both very well, which I think is something to encourage, isn't it, within youngsters, to use the feet and hit through the ball down the track as well, rather than trying to play always everything from the crease.
I think.
Oh, we've got a left armer coming back. It looks like it was the opening
bowler. Yes, it was. Yeah.
Simon Jones was the bowler, I think. Not the Simon Jones that we'll obviously know and love from Ashes days in 2005.
But you're right about spin bowling. As a spinner myself, if somebody stands still, then that's the best thing you can do. People that are up and down and use the crease and sweep, you know, dynamic, and yes, you might get a chance, but also the most frustrating battles to bowl to. So being proactive, knowing your game, is the best way to approach playing spin for me.
Now I'm going to ask you a question here. How do you teach the youngsters, and I say the youngsters, my son is in that category, the art of balancing, keeping your wicket, but looking to score a run off most balls and being that sort of assertive, aggressive cricketer where they want to play their shots right from ball one? How do you
somewhere
balance
between
that?
Bazball and
Yes.
Very much sort of the coaching philosophy that I use at the moment is sort of exploring. So you'll set up environments where maybe I'll remove the stumps. Maybe there's no consequences around losing your wicket. You know, so there's no fear.
Okay.
And then they can, you know, really unlock their potential or add new shots without any fear of consequence.
Yep.
But then on the flip side of that, you're going to put in some scenario-based sessions where actually, you know, they've got to score X amount of runs, so many wickets down, and there is consequences, there is pressure. So you've got to find the balance between the two, where you know, players are able to express themselves, but they understand the value of their wicket.
Yeah, that's nicely put. Because it's always a challenge, isn't it? I think for coaches as well, from the old school coaches, maybe like myself, is how to get that balance right. But I like the way you're saying you use you mentioned about slow bowling using the crease, and I think that's something that whether you're looking to reverse the shot, whether you're looking to ramp it, that's something that is good to see, and you see that in very much the modern day cricketer who is a 360
absolutely
cricketer.
I mean, the game is ever evolving. I think as coaches you're going to become irrelevant if you can't keep up with the way that the game's moving forwards and the forward thinking nature of the modern player. You know, I would call myself old school. I like the classic. I'm still a Test super fan. I think you see 20 over cricket, 50 over cricket you know, across 5 days. You know, you'll see that within a test match. And I still think it's called Test cricket for a reason, because you've got the weather, you've got a deteriorating wicket, you've got to have your physical prowess. Don't get me wrong, 2020's brought the game on tenfold, but I still think there's a strike between attack, defence, biding your time, and I believe that's sort of seen everywhere in in Test match cricket.
Good running here from Duffy, and Heather's going to get back.
Ooh.
Just gets back there.
Luckily he's running downhill, that, and
yes, 2 runs to the total there for Duffy, who's starting to get closer to Heather. Heather sort of pulled away from Duffy for a while when he got his 50, and now Duffy's starting to take control here.
I'm also a believer in, as long as you practice it.
Yes, agree.
That's fine. I don't want to see it for the first time in the middle.
No.
You know, and you know.
Well, that's one of the things I love about, say, Joss Butler, who, if you ever watch any of those Kookaburra cricket sessions, he'll do just little bite-sized chunks.
Yeah.
And he will say, I've practiced this, and although he looks he looks as though he's hidden it and smashing it every ball, he's practicing for hundreds and thousands of balls, isn't he? Playing those shots.
You know, I did my level 4, and one of the tutors, I can't remember now, his old coach.
Lovely shot there.
Down in Taunton, and
2 runs there.
Basically said,
yeah, well ran there from. Sorry.
That's all right. His ramp shot that he developed, you know, became such a big thing, was through hockey.
Okay.
Learning how to tilt his stick and the ball flicking up off his hockey stick into the top net, and he sort of brought that across into his cricket game.
Yeah.
So it's incredible how people can.
As you're saying, Chris, that's how the game's evolving, isn't it? And also the power hitting as well. That you've got. Woody from Hampshire did a lot of that, didn't he? He was very big on that, trying to get the power hitting. And that's a smashing shot there from Sean Heather.
Just scratched over mid-wicket.
Yeah. Used the feet well, just what we were talking about with Chris, and used the wicket well, came down, head over the ball, another 4 to the total. So England looking to make light work of this now. 137 without loss. As we see a lot of junior cricketers coming for their net tonight, which is lovely to see.
A nice little buzz around the ground.
Yeah, it's really good actually.
We've been fortunate the weather's been relatively kind. A few sort of bits of drizzle, but apart from that, relatively dry. And it looks like it's club training night.
Now I was wondering, how many schoolmasters are there in the side today? There's quite a few, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean it's my first game, so I'm getting to know these guys. But there's definitely, I'd say at least 5 or 6 of us that are in the education
sector.
Yes,
it's good to see. Oh, the single
comparing stories and
schools and
talking
approaches.
About pupils and the modern way, exactly similar sort of thing. To sort of perhaps the taskmaster nature of the world when we were growing up. Yes.
And obviously you enjoyed your time playing cricket. I mean, how as a living, you're going to get the highs and lows.
Dear me.
Goodness.
That's emphatic.
Yeah, that's just taken, Sean Heather's just taking this to another level at the moment. Just stood there and delivered that.
Front foot pull over straight mid wicket, just shy of the boundary.
4 more to the total. We're into the 140s now, 142 without loss. So it's looking a different game, Chris, to what we started with earlier when the ball was jagging around a little bit.
I mean,
the harder ball.
We sort of said halfway, there's no demons in this wicket, but give yourself a chance, and these 2 boys have certainly done that.
Yeah.
They just put a man back there now, but I don't think that's for good bowling.
No, that was a bit short of the leg. That's nicely played on the onside. It's well fielded.
Yeah, on the ring, got down nicely.
Take a certain 2 there. So 1 more to the total there for England.
It's been a good tempo. This is, look, we're talking old school. This is 2 batters that have got themselves in, and now we're seeing them go through the gears.
Now that is old school, isn't it? So what you want to
it's
say-
an over
yeah.
40s team.
Yeah, absolutely. That's good. I mean, they've sort of been very watchful to start with, and if there's a good lesson for young cricketers how to build an innings, this is, and then make hay and reap the rewards later. This is how these two have done it.
Read
Just
the
a little bit.
conditions.
They have nicely played on the offside. I thought Atif Qureshi, who came in at number 3, or a slight overthrow there from the Wales fielder, Atif, I thought he batted very well at a very difficult time for Wales.
Yeah, we at one stage it looked like we might have rattled through, but himself and I think it was Rowe.
Yes.
He's a good player. He bowls and bats very nicely.
Dan Rowe.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, they steadied the ship. I think we put Rowe down, quite a soft one.
That was
in the covers.
Richard, wasn't it? Richard Sims, I think you're right.
And he made us pay. But they really built a partnership, and then number 9 came in and played a nice little cameo, I think, for 30 odd.
Rob Franklin, I think it was. Yeah.
Nice little knock down the order to get them a half piece. I mean, that in 2001. I seem to remember would have been a fine score in the national knockouts of the days gone by.
Yes.
Yeah, anything 175 to 210. You're thinking, God, we got back well here.
It's going to be 4. Yeah, 4 more to the total.
Again, it shows you how the game's evolved.
Yes, it does. Yeah, scores have certainly gone through the charts, haven't they? In terms of the levels of scoring and the speed of scoring.
Again, I think that's purely down to mindset, mentality, approach, sort of just backing ourselves. I think back in the day we probably weren't. You're going to get told off, weren't you, if you're playing some of the shots that are on show today? And whereas now the fear's gone, and people really back themselves to clear the boundaries. And
don't you find it? I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm more of a batter nowadays. But I enjoy when you've built an innings, getting in and really hitting the ball crisply.
Earn that right, don't you?
You've earned it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just like when you're bowling, once you're in a rhythm and you
go through your repertoire.
That's right.
Yeah,
without fear of being hit. Anyway, that's the end of that over. We've hit the milestone of 150 without loss, and Duffy's on 59, and Sean Heather, is on 76. So we've still got the left arm spin on, and I love this NV play that you can get up. I mean, Chris does a great job here. There's a highlights package that will be produced at the end.
It's a fantastic setup.
So all the time trying to, raise the standard of commentary. I mean, we're all that young lad's just fallen over. I hope he's all right. He's picked himself up.
They bounce at that age.
But they do, yeah. But I think that side of it, the media side of it, that's something that will appeal more to players who are watching.
Well, I know it appeals to my father. I think will be.
Is he listening? Listening? Great.
He'll be at home, probably
good.
Keeping an eye on it.
Dipping in and out.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have to say, this bowler's bowled. Well, he's only had. This is Thomas. 16 off his bowling. He's bowled a reasonable length.
He's giving it a chance, and he's looping it up.
He's
there
looping it up,
trying to entice them in.
Maybe, if anything, it's just not enough sort of variety in the pace on the ball. I thought that was one thing that you did very well. Was that, as a left arm spinner myself, an orthodox, you trying varying the pace, and I thought you held some back beautifully, then gave some flight. I mean, what's the thought process as to what you're going to bowl? Have you got it in your mind what you're going to bowl all the time, or?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
For me, it's, like you say, getting into the spell. I'm unfortunate being tall.
Yeah.
My natural pace is quite quick. It's about assessing the wicket and the batter, and for me, not a great deal of spin out there, but a little bit of skid, so just in and around off stump.
Yep.
And then it's just a case of if I feel like I've bowled a couple of balls and they might be wanting to line me up, just to change my position on the crease or slow things down a bit. But today was largely about stumps in play.
Yeah.
not letting them have any width
Yeah.
or try and line me up. I mean, I had to sort of persuade the captain to let me start that end because I was fearful it was just a chip with the gale down the other end, but it didn't last too long with our seamers saying, what's he doing bowling that end? So the switch came, and thankfully, no, it came out quite nicely today, so I was pretty happy. But it's just, as a spinner yourself, you know, it's just cat and mouse.
Yes.
And largely it's a sixth sense, and it's just a feel for the scenario and any little triggers you might pick up from the batter that just sort of sets you off of whether to fire it through or. And I haven't bowled for so long, so sort of the holding them back balls came sort of late in my later overs when I was a bit more confident in my action.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, it's
good.
Well, spin bowling is a big feel, isn't it?
It is a feel thing. Yeah, absolutely. Right, England moving closer and closer to the target of 210, 152 without loss as McPhee, and that's hit beautifully over the extra cover region. It's going to run all the way, it's gone for 4 runs. So Sean Heather,
not relenting here, is he?
No, he's pushing on into the 80s now. Both of these two batsmen have
bringing it down just under 70 required now.
Read the game very well, haven't they? And the wicket, and the run chase as well. Plenty of overs left.
Let's just hope they've got enough hunger and greed in them to
that's a nice piece of fielding.
See it all the way through.
I was saying to Abid and Tom, I liked Dan Rowe. I thought he was a really quality all-rounder. And I don't know if you'll back me up on this, Chris, whether he looks a bit like Timmy Bresnan, the way he sort of bounds in, and
strong
action, wasn't it?
Strong.
Yeah, nicely played by Duffy on the offside there.
Yeah, I think he's played a bit back in the day. I think he's Leicester and Somerset maybe.
Yeah, I think he was at Middlesex. I heard as well.
So he knows what he's doing.
Good.
He's obviously a fit Welsh lad.
Yeah.
Still hits good areas, and he hit a clean ball as well today.
Didn't he just?
One big 6 over that far end into the breeze.
Nicely played by Sean. Very watchful.
Well, I've been impressed actually. I wasn't 100% sure what to expect today with the over 40s, and no, the skills on show have been.
So it was your debut.
It was my debut.
Oh.
Yeah, so thankful for one wicket.
Yeah,
thank Rowe for that one at the end.
Wonderful. Oh, that's a lovely
Straight
drive.
Beautifully
just
timed.
check that. Nicely fielded there by the two Welsh fielders in a bit of a relay. 2 more to the total there. Sean Heather moves on. He's into the 80s now, looking menacing.
Yeah, and they're having to sort of keep the field up, and they can't really afford to put it back. They're hoping for a little mistake here, Wales, but these boys really asserting the pressure.
I do like the
cheeky quick single.
the nicknames as well. Yours is Peps, isn't it?
It is.
Which is obviously the short version of Pep play. But I was wondering, McPhee, he's got to be called Nanny, hasn't he?
Nanny McPhee. That's a good one.
Do you know any of the others in your Middlesex days that were quite funny nicknames for players? Can you think of any off the top of your head? I put you on the spot there, Pep, so apologies for that.
God, I mean, I finished, in 2008, so you're asking me to go back. Well, obviously...
Testing the memory banks there.
Owen Morgan was Spud.
Okay, yes. For obvious reasons there, the Irish background.
Yes. No, mostly to do with the names.
Okay.
So, Straussy, you had Ace, was O.A. Shah.
Yep.
Weeksy. Ben Hutton used to be called Gibbo. I never was quite sure why he was Gibbo. Finney was Finney. Mala from Milan. So the pretty standard sort of stuff, really. Nothing too out there.
It's always quite good how people are quite humorous in cricket as well and pick up on the things that others don't sometimes see. Thomas to continue. That's
he's
coming
just
over our way.
away,
He
up.
might be out. Is he going to be held? Oh, he's
great
dropped him.
effort.
Sadly, for
Held
Wales
up in the air.
and De Silva.
Had a life there.
Yeah.
Should have been probably taken.
Yeah. Never mind. He's recovered himself well. Just fell on his ribs there. I think on the ball. There's a little bit of anguish there on the part of De Silva.
Little lifeline there for Duffy. Maybe a bit of tiredness creeping in.
Yeah.
Probably his first full stroke.
Well, it is actually. You're right. Perhaps 165 without loss.
Fired through a bit quicker there. That's more like it. Old school. Take
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah.
Down the
Yeah.
ground, straight back. We like that kind of
Get
stuff,
away
don't we?
from the strike. recover.
That's it.
Yeah, but that's a great shot. He played it so crisply, didn't he? I mean, I'm almost trying to mimic the shot. But
Well, he's been hitting most of his sweeps square and behind. That one he's tried to slog sweep and it
nearly
went
got
straight
caught.
up. Yeah.
That's well bowled from Thomas there. He's just varied the pace a little bit, but obviously with long on back there, there's a simple single there all the time. Heather's latched onto that.
Yeah, good balance between singles, twos, and some lusty boundary blows from these two.
So how have you enjoyed your debut on commentary for England over 40s as well?
Yeah, I've absolutely. It's been a bit less painful.
That's going to go, is it? No, that's a great
stop.
Yeah.
Brilliant stop. They're coming back for two. Makes his ground easily. Yeah, the legs were getting a little bit tired. I enjoy sitting down here having a chat with you. But then I might struggle to get up again in a minute. That's the problem. When you get to our age, it's the stopping and then the restarting's the problem.
That's it, yeah. The score's moved on nicely. 169 without loss here. Duffy's on 66 and Heather's on 88. 12 away from a 100. And a very well put together 100 if he gets there. A few stats on the screen for you. Not up for long, I'm afraid, so you'll have to watch the highlights package. But these two taking England towards a first victory in the 2025 season of over 40s ODI cricket, and I hope it continues to grow, Chris. The strength, and also, you know, there's the England Lions as well, and there's nothing to say that other nations won't. You know, they've got England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. I mean, the one good thing about that is you raise the standard of the other nations' cricket as well, which is important because you're not travelling overseas to play a good standard.
I think it's a great addition to the pathway. You know, there's plenty of boys that want to still play good cricket, aren't ready to hang up their boots just yet, and this is a great platform for it.
Yeah, we've got a change of bowling here. I think
this is it
the opening bowling.
Yeah, I think it is.
Coming back. Actually, only had 8 runs off his 5 overs
Yeah, he
at the
bowled
start.
nicely.
Well,
Quite
very
bustily
tidy.
off a short run.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a big LBW shout there.
And
Got
while
him.
walking away, obviously wasn't too interested. Looked close from here though, didn't it?
It
Deep
did,
backward
yeah.
square leg.
Oh,
We
back
were
on the
giving it. We were giving it.
Bob Spats, a veteran of IMC umpiring.
Two lovely umpires.
Totally
today.
unmoved.
Glad he's okay from that earlier collision.
So you'll be-
Don't try and rugby tackle a Welsh man, he said to me. I thought Duffy came in a bit high. It might have been a yellow card.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh dear, this is one of the chaps up in the box, Gareth. He said, he likes his ice hockey, so he's you're not going to
Used to
take
it,
him down very quickly.
I think Duffy definitely came off second best.
He did. It's nicely
Right.
picked up by De Silva. Well, a little bit scrappy at the end there, but got down well. I've been very impressed with Wales. They have lifted their standard this year from what I saw last year, both in their bowling and batting department, whereas previously they may have collapsed, and they sort of held it together in the batting, and they've got a good bowling attack.
Well, they have. This is, I think, the boys telling me they lost to them a couple of times last season.
They
so,
did. Yep.
Due to return the favour today, hopefully. But like I say, I've been seriously impressed with the skills on show. I mean, this fella's got a yard on him here.
He has. Well, you look where the keeper's standing back, and that's not bad off.
He's tried a short one to him.
And he's a wide there given by umpire Spats. So that takes the score on now to 170. Not very far off. I think that's 40 off the 40 off the total. Some mental maths required there on my part, but that's nicely played on the onside. Just a single though. And nice to see Mr. Heather Senior has now got off the chair, up off the seat. He's a little bit more anxious in anticipation, and that's Sean's eldest son there as well. So nice to see them in attendance and watching Sean.
Well, he keeps his head on, stays old school, pushes it around. I'm sure he's going to pull up that milestone. I think I played against him a long time ago. He was at Sussex. I think when we met this morning, he told me that he was unfortunate enough to get out to me once. I said he doesn't know how unlucky he was.
One more to the total. Nicely struck there by Duffy. Apart from that one full shot, has shown absolute class.
Yeah, reined itself back in.
Yeah. As you were saying, they've just looking for the singles, keep the strike turning over as Thomas comes back on.
Yeah, because we just don't want two quick wickets here, because it's always difficult for the next batters going in, and you never know what's going to happen. At the moment it looks like a cakewalk, but you stick two wickets on it, two fresh batters, and things can change. So that there is, yes, milestones, but responsibility on these two shoulders to see us over the line.
Well, I'm also trying to impress upon some of our viewers, and Chris was telling me we've got about 2,500 people listening to write in via the YouTube link with questions, and
oh, he's gone for it again. He's got this one, no doubt on that one. Flat and hard, square the wicket. Big six from Duffy. No top edge involved in that.
No.
Lovely strike.
Clinical. Yeah. His ball striking has been phenomenal.
Well, he's just got good presence at the crease, lovely balance. Left-handers always look good.
Yeah.
He's gone again, flat.
That's another boundary. So Duffy's really turning on the style here. 4 more to the total. He's looking to finish early. It reminds me very much, or I should say, Giles Eccleston, who plays for England over 50s, a very strong left-handed batsman. Like that whip shot they play off the leg.
Quick feet there down the wicket, wasn't it? Picked his spot, executed beautifully. It's gone again, flat and hard. Oh, tipped over the bar for 6.
Yes.
Not letting this game go too deep here. Boys have decided now's the time to go. It's a good match up here, left-arm spinner against left-handed batter. And he's having a real good go at him.
He is. He's going to be catching up with Heather at this rate.
That would have been a great catch though.
Wouldn't it, Jeff?
Burst through his hands.
He was just a little bit in from the boundary, wasn't he, there, De Silva?
Good power in the stroke though.
Oh, one balled.
Just change of pace, lobbed it up. Just nurdled round the corner for a single.
188 on the board, but maybe that's 189.
Just eating into his runs. Is he in
yes, Sean Heather
race now? You can get those 3 figures.
That's right. Sean Heather's on 89. He's gone again, and there's a man down there, and he's held.
Picked him out.
So he's picked him out.
89, fantastic knock. Completely selfless, looking to finish it, and he's just not quite got enough of it and hit it down long on throat. So superb knock.
Yes, absolutely, totally agree with you. And big round of applause will be forthcoming for Sean Heather. 89 off 101 balls.
Class act.
well deserved. A round of applause from the England players and supporters here today. So new man in is Justin Bishop, another left-hander, who had a few overs, bowled well today, but also likes to go up the batting order as well.
Another person that you're like, how are you doing, Bish? I haven't seen you in 25 years. Played a lot together, or against each other.
Yeah, minor counties in the old days.
Well, no, he was at Essex, and I was at young pros trying to make our way in the second team, and Middlesex and Essex sort of seemed to play a lot against each other because Gooch and Embers are good friends. So a lot of pre-season games and joint games and stuff. So
they'll be chatting and have you seen Chris Pepler, like the way he bowls left on Justin?
It's great about sport, you know, and especially this setup, because it's nice to sort of catch up with some guys that still loving the game as much as you are all these years on. Yeah, very much so. Nicely off the mark. Horns with. Yeah, no, definitely. Well, how nice as well to be playing with your own age group in a way. I know I've got a lot of time for league cricket, certainly for the younger ones, but sometimes you don't want the constant banter that you get in when you come into bat and throughout your innings. What you've got here is 11 well-established, consistent human beings that know who they are. I haven't seen any egos out here today. Nobody's sort of trying to prove themselves or make their way in the game or have to run their mouths. Absolutely. It's been a really good experience, and these guys know what they're about, and hopefully we'll just knock off these final 36 runs. Yes. So 190 for one, England. Duffy's still there on 84. It's his to lose, this elusive 100. Sean Heather, 89 off 101 balls. Batted beautifully, and Justin Bishop is there at the crease now. He's facing McPhee as he comes past umpire Spats, just down the leg side there. That might be a wide. It looks as though the batsman apparently moved across the stumps. Well, and the bowler's gasp there suggests that was quite close to the leg stump. Yes. So give him a benefit of the doubt there. See that on the replay here. Yep. Well dug out there by Bishop. And I thought Sean Park bowled some very decent toe crunchers when he was bowling as well. This is the joys of being the captain. He picks and chooses the right time. Is it 1 over or 2 overs? Yeah. Just questionable. That was just the over, I think, just to switch me round. So yeah, it was. No, he can useful all round if he wants to be. Absolutely, yeah. Have you played overseas cricket, Chris? Very fortunate that cricket's been my passport around the world. Been lucky enough to play in South Africa, Australia, Sri Lanka, West Indies, India, Uganda of all places. Big shout for LBW, but it looked as though where the ball was going, that was going down the leg side. So no, he's not given it as a leg bye. It's one off the bat. I hope to put Scotland to that list. Yes, that's right. And yeah, so very, very fortunate to have travelled around and experienced cricket. Obviously with school as well. We're lucky that we go on some tours. You run some tours? Yeah, we were in Barbados last Easter, and next Easter we're looking to go back to Cape Town. Which seems to be a big favourite of our school. Rightly so. What a wonderful place. The over 40s World Cup there, and the over 50s. Special in 23. Place. Very special place. So one more to the total there. 191. As England get closer to that 210 they need to win this first one-day international. Bishop looking very organised, capable and organised there. Just plays that onto the onside. No run there. I mean, that's a large part of the messaging that I send to my pupils in terms of the friendships and the experiences you get out. Cricket can open up a lot of doors and opportunities and lifelong friendships, and and create some great memories.
Well, it's lovely to hear you say that, actually, because that's something that I've always felt, you know, through sport generally, but
Absolutely.
but through cricket especially. You may, when you're younger, see them, but then, as you've just said, you then come back 25 years later and you're playing
Just
20
the same.
years, and
The body might not be, but
body
the
might not
friendships
be, but the friendships
yes,
and the
absolutely.
experiences are
And I've got plenty of
still the same.
friends that still in touch with that, you know, been overseas and
Yes.
have gone back home, and you know, the joys of social media now. You can still keep up to date with what's going
That's
on.
a
with them.
lovely shot.
Yeah,
He's put that right between the two fielders. So he's
really-
moved into 89 now.
he fancies this bowler. I
He
feel.
does. I think he might be looking to do it in
I
this
think-
over, actually.
Yes, it's sort of twist or stick time.
Yes, 89.
One person is going to come off the winner here. Oh, well
Oh,
bowled,
very well.
nicely. Kept held back, saw him coming down the wicket, threw it a little bit wider.
Oh, it's bowled very-
Wily, but he definitely wants a piece of him.
He does. Here we
Oh,
go.
straight up again,
And
though.
that must be taken. That's
And
very
he's-
well held. So that's very unfortunate for Duffy.
Another one to go, shy of his 100, but again a superb knock.
89 off 106 balls, as Chris was just saying there. A great knock, and one that he just built an innings and went through the gears. One shot perhaps too many on the leg side, but he was looking for, it was selfless, wasn't it?
Yeah, team
Absolutely.
performance,
Yeah.
personal milestones from both of them, actually, to be fair, which has meant that scenario of 2 wickets has happened, but only 14 runs needed. So
Yeah.
that selflessness has put us in a really good position here, even though we've got 2 relatively new batters at the crease.
Yeah.
Should see us across the line.
No, I think it's Richard Sims who is the new batsman coming in. Started his cricket in Zimbabwe.
Lovely chap.
Yeah, lovely.
Really nice guy.
Master of cricket. in
Absolutely,
Norwich.
yeah.
We were
That's
saying, yeah.
We've been deep in conversation about that.
And a very talented rugby coach. I could show you his Wikipedia profile. It's not as long as yours, Chris. But the one thing that stood out was
He's
a
played
very,
international
very
cricket though, isn't he?
absolutely multi-talented sportsman. And
Well, I'm a big fan of rugby, so
do you know what's even worse, though, Chris? He's a nice guy.
he's an absolutely lovely bloke.
Yeah, and very talented.
Very unassuming, quiet,
Yeah,
but yeah, bowled some decent off spin today at the back end of the innings
did.
as well,
yeah.
and they were going for it.
Well, exactly right. I was just going to say they were looking quite threatening at the end. Rowe, in particular, and Rob Franklin gives it a big whack, I think, as well. Rob, as a master in charge of, I think his cricket at Norwich School. I don't think he can play every weekend for club. So
He's definitely one that still is playing quite a lot in the conversations that we've had.
yeah, very tidy. Just coming forward to those 2 balls.
Yeah, he's been given the chance here, a bit of grace of having to take a few balls to get himself in. Due to the way those other 2 have played.
Yeah, I like what you said there, Chris. It was selfless, wasn't it? You know, that they weren't looking for those personal milestones. They were still going after his shots.
Absolutely. I mean, he could easily, I've played with plenty of people there, would have taken a red inker and let this game run a little bit closer, and actually maybe you lost a couple of wickets in the last couple of overs,
Yeah.
and then you lose the game. So there's a lot to be said for
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Right, that's Thomas has finished. 2 for 48 off his 7 so far. Big smile on his face, which was nice to see. He's actually bowled very well.
Old-fashioned curve in his run up.
Yes.
And slightly slower trajectory. Someone like
Loose.
myself, but then he's slightly shorter in stature, so that.
Nicely put.
But
Very
he's
diplomatic.
good control. Nice control.
Yeah. Right, who have we got? Still McPhee to continue. And it's the left-handed Bishop who's going to be facing. One slip. That's nicely taken off the toes there.
Maybe get through for 2. No, sensible.
These are both East Anglia Prem
Yes,
cricketers.
they've travelled the whole width of the country.
They have to be
They've got
here.
a long journey home, longer than me.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
No, they've done very well actually. We had a few beers last night because we stayed over somewhere locally. Only a couple, but I think they had a 6-hour journey in the car.
It's a fair old whack, that. I'm glad I haven't got that on the way home. I think I'll be staying over again and tomorrow morning. If I get some cramp somewhere around Birmingham, not sure if I can make the rest of the journey home.
Yeah, brilliant.
Oh, Ned, Mr. Ned Leonard, old Ealing CC,
fantastic
youngster who's on loan or signed? Signed now. Signed at Glamorgan.
Wow, excellent.
From Somerset.
Congratulations.
Is this your club?
That's nice, isn't it? Isn't that lovely?
Well, do you mind if I just drop off?
Yeah, by all means. Thank you very much for coming on commentary. Yeah, nice to see Chris there and an old cricket colleague there from Ealing who's got a contract with Glamorgan. So England pushing on, 197 for 2. Wales have bowled very well here. I mean, despite the fantastic hitting from Duffy and Heather, they bowled very well. Should take a lot from this game. That's just gone past the fielder. It's going to run away. So that's 4 runs to the total there. So Richard Sims is off the mark with a 4. And the score moves on to 201. I hope you enjoyed that conversation with Chris Peplow, ex-Middlesex and professional cricketer. Lovely to see him playing for England over 40s here and enjoying his time with the other players, all of whom very, very, very high or good quality cricketers, having played minor counties and ex-professionals. Lovely to see. Anyway, scores moved on 201 for 2 as we come into the sort of last throws of the game here. England needing 210 to win. We're into the 3rd power play now, so Wales can have 5 players outside the inner ring. Thomas to continue. He's bowled 7, 2 for 48 so far. It's nicely played by Richard Sims there, just to the mid-off region. The field's just come in now, obviously sensing that they've got to save the singles. Oh, that's a little bit more loopy. It's got up in the air. He's found the gap though. Looks as though that's going to be 2 runs to the total. 2 more to Richard Sims' total as well. Had a very fine game, all-round game here. Bowled very well, Richard Sims, with his right arm off spin, and he's just swept that. No run there. Good contact though. And Richard comes forward to that. No run there. Just a little bit overcast here. The rain's just starting to spatter down, so England will be wanting to finish this off. 1 run on the leg side. Just turned around the corner there by Bishop for a single. End of the over, and that's the end of Thomas's 8th over. 2 for 51 so far off his 8. It's bowled very well. Got a little bit of tap from Duffy over the leg side, but bowled very well. Good flight. As I was saying to Chris, I've been very impressed with the Welsh bowling and the batting, but especially the bowling. It's really moved up a notch. That's a lovely shot from Bishop on the offside there. It's got through the field, the infield. Just a single. Nice sliding stop there from the fielder. Something we see a lot of in the game, which is not so much at the over 50s level, but certainly at over 40s. Top draw. Fielding that was from the Welsh fielder there. 207 for 2. No run there, just played down to the third man region. McPhee's in his last over here. 0 for 20 so far, bowled very well. Bowled good pace actually. Not a huge run up. Oh, it's a beautiful shot on the leg side. Just a single there, picked up and thrown. And they come through for another single. So 2 away from that win total. 210 England require. Got a young supporter next to me saying, "Come on, England." It's lovely to hear. Nicely played by Bishop. It's a quick single, picked up one hand. Good piece of fielding there. I think that's Rowe. Quality cricketer, Dan Rowe. You're hugely impressed with him. And the scores are tied. So England need one more run to win this first ODI of the 2025 season against Wales. It's been a really special game. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We've thoroughly enjoyed bringing it to you. Thanks very much to Envy Play and Ken Ray, sorry, apologies. Ken, couldn't read my own handwriting there, for your involvement. I really like the Envy Play platform. Justin Bishop is going to be facing, so maybe it's him that will see England through to this first win. And there it is. So England come through, and Justin Bishop just takes a single there. So England 210 for 2, and they win by 8 wickets. A great game, handshakes all round. Richard Sims is 9 not out, and Justin Bishop is 7 not out. So hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We'll be bringing you a highlights package. So at the end of the first ODI for 2025, England have a win against Wales over 40s by 8 wickets. Thanks very much to Chris Mays and to St Fagans Cricket Club for hosting a very enjoyable day of cricket for over 40s, and we look forward to welcoming you to the game at against the very strong Irish over 40s. That's in June, but until then, wish you well as the players shake hands and leave the field of play. So thanks very much for listening, and we'll catch up with you at the next international.